in Cleveland, 92.3, The Fan there in Cleveland. So we'll get the pulse of what's going on with the Browns because obviously it is a mess. They were I do an interview every week for like the last 20 years on Tuesday mornings with the guys in Mobile, and they were asking me about, are you tired about the Cowboys, all hype train and all that every year? And I said, yeah, Cowboys and Browns are the two teams that I'm just tired of. And let me tell you something. There was a part of me that was kind of rooting for the Browns to have success this year because the fan base has suffered for so long. They really deserve it. But it's just a dysfunctional place, and they'll never get it. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Anyway, so got a bunch of things to talk about today, a bunch of people to talk to today. The first bit of news that we've got to get into is, of course, Bill Belichick. We've got a little Spygate Part 2, whatever. I don't know what you want to call it, but whatever it is, they have been busted again. And apparently they have a film crew for the website. Because remember, all of these teams now, they're multimedia now. And they've got their own side of entertainment. And remember, teams are trying to have the press conferences and break news and all that and try to eliminate the media as much as they can so they can control the message. But fans, obviously, most of them see through the BS. And it's like, well, dude, you're only going to feed us the good stuff. You're not going to tell us anything bad, anything going on that's really going on, right? So they come up with fluff pieces and they do all kinds of different stuff, and they do a thing called Do Your Job, and that's where they follow somebody around. Well, this time around they were following a scout, and the scout was at a Browns-Bengals game, and apparently the film crew was filming the scout, but also filming the sidelines of the Bengals. And then that's when a Bengals official caught the person wearing Patriot gear with a camera. That's already a dangerous thing right there. Patriot gear and camera are two things you don't want together, okay? I think, listen, you think about this, all right? The Patriots are not just preparing football teams. They're also preparing some bad spies. And, when we ever get to another episode of Get Smart and they want to do another one of those, they probably have an Agent 99 there in the facility because they're constantly getting busted for everything, filming the Rams, deflating footballs. Now we got this. I mean, it's amazing. This is a team that wins more titles than everybody else in modern day football, and they still have to cheat. And let me tell you something. I will look at it as cheating because that's your past, right? I mean, that's just what it is. You're not going to trust Lamar Odom, right? You know he's going to cheat on his wife and probably end up on a crack pipe, correct? These are things that just happen. It comes with the territory. You're not going to trust certain people around certain things. You just can't do it. You can't trust me around a concert because you know I'm going to be in there. Life or a concert. I'm going to a concert. Funeral, concert. You can't trust me. I'm going to go to a concert every single time. There are things we can't trust people around. We can't trust the Patriots around cameras. Now, here's the part that is amazing about all of this with the Patriots. Okay? They're winning all of this. They're trying to find out information on the Bungles. The Bungles. Now, I'm now telling you that the demise of the Patriots is coming. Yes, I am now going to go out on a limb and say we are now seeing the demise of the Patriots because if you have stooped so low that you need extra information to beat the Bungles, then things are bad. I mean, seriously, they are bad. Okay? I wonder if anybody in the Miami media is going to ask Brian Flores about any of this. If anybody has the balls to ask him that, because Flores, one, is not going to be happy with the question because it has nothing to do with him. Two, you're going to now tie him to them because he was there for 15 years. So it's like, hey, you know their cheating ways, dude. What do you think about this? And he's, he's obviously not going to. He didn't even say anything about the referee this weekend. You think he's going to say anything about this? He won't say a damn thing. But it will be funny to see the reaction on his face. Okay? It may not be fun for that media member for the moment because he's not going to be happy with that media member, but it'll be interesting to see if anybody in the Miami media just kind of, hey, Brian, what do you think about what's going on in New England? And did you see any of that while you were there? And, are you implementing those kind of, if you're doing the Patriot way, are you going as far as cheating too? Because, obviously the Patriot way is cheating, right? That's what it is. Yeah, you can teach your players, you can win a lot, but we're also going to give you an asterisk every single time because we think that you cheated. Hey, in the end, he's not going to be the first guy. We all look at Al Davis that way. Okay, Al Davis did everything to get an edge. And when you were in that division, you knew about it. You had to deal with it. John Madden one day, in a game where the Raiders were visiting, the Kansas City Chiefs were visiting, and Madden, they come and they tell him, hey, John, we've got rats in the locker room. John tells the exterminators, guys, leave. We don't want you to leave the rats there. We want come back after the game to get the rats. He wanted the rats in the locker room with Kansas City. So that way the players, and so what Madden did, he walked over to Hank Stram before the game. And he said, Hank, listen, I want to apologize because we've got rats in the stadium. And so you may see them in your locker room because they're in our locker room too. But we want you to know because I don't want you guys to be surprised. And, I really apologize about this. I want you to know about this because we're going to fix it. Hank obviously walked away going, this sumbitch, right? Madden then tells a story years later that they wanted Kansas City to be thinking about the rats. And apparently some of the players on the Kansas City Chiefs were changing their clothes standing on the bench. They wouldn't put their feet on the floor. That's called success. You already got their minds off the football game. They're thinking about rats. They won the game, by the way. And these are things that have been going on in football forever that they're trying to get an edge. Clearly, Belichick is as old school as it gets, okay? He's an AFL nut. He loves the AFL. He grew up with the AFL. And so he probably stole a lot of that stuff and said, hey, we got to get an edge however we can get an edge. And Belichick can distance himself all he wants from this. But it doesn't matter anymore because you've been busted over and over and over again with this. And that's where if you're Belichick and you're the Patriots and you're the Patriot fans, live with it, baby. Live with it. Because that's who you are. That's what you've been. That's your label. Yeah, you're champions and you've won a lot, but people are always going to look at you like you're a cheater. And in this case, if the film does show sidelines, apparently they say that they did film the. If you're filming the scout, then film the scout. You don't need to film the sidelines, and that's the problem. And when Belichick distanced himself from the film crew, my man, you have no credibility, none. And they are part of your. That's the other thing that I love about it. They have nothing to do with football operations. They have to do with the Patriots. They've got the logo. Okay? You're wearing that logo. Anybody in that organization that wears that logo, just like in Green Bay, just like in Miami or anywhere else, you represent that franchise. And anything and everything you're doing is by representing that franchise. And who's to say that they tell you film everything, and then somebody from the football department comes by and says, hey, give me a copy of that film. And you're not going to say anything because those are the people that pay your check. You know what I mean? And you're going to shut up. But now you're serving them up, which is bogus on Belichick's part. That to me is the cheap one. All right, let's hear from Bill Belichick here talking about this situation.
Evidently, this is our production people on the TV show that were there. We have absolutely nothing to do with anything that they produce, direct, or shoot or anything. I've never even seen any of their tapes or anything else. So this is something that we 100% have zero involvement with. I don't have anything to do with TV productions or anything else. I have enough other stuff to do. And so what did or didn't happen, what they were involved or weren't involved with, and so forth, I have no idea.
Unfortunately, my man, you have no credibility. You have zero credibility. You have negative credibility because it's happened so much to your organization that you don't deserve the benefit of anybody's doubt. None. The Homer Patriots want to do it, that's fine. Just like the Homer Raiders fans would do it when Al Davis was watering the field before a game. And, he's out there with a hose watering the field. And they're like, wait, well, who's that? That's Al Davis watering the field so he can slow down the opponent. That's just the way it is in this league. And Belichick comes from that ilk. And that's why this whole thing, unfortunately for him, it just ends up being another stain and another bad chapter to his coaching resume. You're always going to get great coach. You're always going to get winner. You're always going to get champion, and you're always going to get cheater too. There's really no other way of phrasing it for that guy at all. What are you going to do, right? Oh, that's come on, man, you're ruining it.
Or is it Bella choke?
Yeah, exactly, right.
Na 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 na. Bella cheat, or is it Bella choke?
There you go. Had to bring my daughter back for that.
Cheaters never prosper.
Although this cheater prospers a lot.
Na 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 na. Cheaters never win.
Yeah, they do. They do, unfortunately. This cheater wins. Although, man, you got to cheat to beat the Bengals? Wow. I'm telling you, the demise of the Patriots is coming. This is the perfect time for the Dolphin Nation to rise. Rise! Right now, baby. Chris Greer and staff, you got to hit on some picks over the next couple of years. Time to take over the AFC East. Belichick is panicking so much, he's cheating to beat the Bengals. Think about that. The Dolphins will beat the Bengals in Week 16 without any film crew, without anything, without Tom Brady, without any of that. All we need is Brian Flores. You got that, bitch? Hey, maybe that's where the weakness is coming from Belichick. He lost Brian Flores. Finally, the block that's going to bring down the Jenga tower. I love it. See, we slid out the Flores block from the Jenga tower, and it's crumbled. I love it. It's coming down, man. The Patriots are so nervous, they have to cheat to beat the Bengals. Telling you, we got them right where we want them. Telling you, Dolphin Nation, fins up. Fins Vegas 2020. It starts. Boy, that wave of players. Flores goes, I know all your tricks and all your cheats. See, Flores knows where Belichick buries all the mics. So when he walks into Gillette Stadium, he goes, I know exactly what they do here. I know how they record stuff. I got it all. That's the thing. What you guys don't know is when they hired Flores, he also had a spy magazine with him. And then went over to Greer and said, look, I need this equipment, this equipment, this equipment, this equipment. He's like, yo, we're not cheaters here. No, it's not about cheating. It's about fighting Belichick. Because I know he cheats, so here's the stuff we need to eliminate all his contraptions over there in New England.
Counter-espionage.
That's it, counter-espionage. That's what it's all about. I'm telling you. That's what's going on here. You guys don't understand this, but that's where Chris Grier needs to be given way more credit. Not only did he bring a good coach over here, he brought a guy that knew all the tricks of the trade. See, now we have the guy that you can't spy on us anymore. You got dumbass Joe Philbin. He's busy outside picking up paper off the floor. You're easy spying on him. You got Cam Cameron. That's a goofball. Anybody can spy on him. Adam Gase, give me a break. He's got crazy eyes. He has no idea what the hell he's doing. He doesn't leave his office. Easy to spy on that chump. We got Brian Flores, baby. Brian Flores will run over to the other side of the field and kick Belichick's ass. Okay? If he catches any cameras, Flores ain't going to mess around. Flores is going to kick some ass. Some Belichick ass.
Flores is a counterintelligence specialist.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you. Cheaters never win.
That's right. It's not gonna. Cheaters are going to start losing now. Big time. We got the guy. The counter-espionage coach of the year. Brian Flores. I love it, bro. Developing players and, of course, shutting down Belichick. We do want to remind you, folks, that there's only 10 months left to reopen those Irma claims. So make sure you get it going right now. Don't settle for less. And if you want a free inspection, do it right now. Call our friends at East Coast Public Adjusters, 855-GET-ECPA. Save it on that cell phone, 855-GET-ECPA. And again, for a free inspection, and you only have 10 months left to open that Irma claim, please call East Coast Public Adjusters, 855-GET-ECPA.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
All right, welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock. We'll be here today right after George Richards from The Athletic at 12:30. Andy Baskins, actually, at 2:30. talking about that mess in Cleveland. Tony Pauline, we're going to talk a little NFL draft with him at the bottom of the hour. Manny Navarro will join us at 1 o'clock for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Thursday, we're going to be broadcasting live at the Doral Animal Services. We do it once a month. We're out there at the Doral Animal Services, so looking forward to hanging out with the doggies and the cats and encouraging all of you out there, especially during this holiday season. If you have an opportunity, please adopt. It's always better than buying. It's just something that you will appreciate for your entire life when you're able to do something like that. And the dogs just are, they will be appreciative forever. I've got 4 in my house that are very appreciative of them being adopted. My daughter wants more. I'm like, oh, no, we can't. 4 is enough. 4 is enough. But anyway, so we will be there on Thursday. Friday, we'll be at Hialeah Park, as always, in the second floor, Veranda Bar and Cafe. And Hialeah Park is always great place to go enjoy yourself. The poker room, we're out there in the second floor poker room from noon to 4. So please come on out and join us at Hialeah Park, man. And you'll have a good time, I promise you, over at Hialeah Park. All right, if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. I saw, and here's where, and I get it, you write it for the drama purposes of it, and to create it and all that, and Barry's kind of been doing that all year long with all the quoting of people with the tanking and all that. He's kind of stopped that now because I think kind of the people that were trying to focus on tanking so they can create any page views and create more traffic. And so today he has a dramatic piece about Michael Dieter and how he got benched this week for Sutherland, and that Sutherland didn't play well either, by the way. But here's where, and this is kind of, again, you have to take everything like this, and you have to give it some time, okay? If the person is a head case, if the person has no talent, if the person, just looks like completely an oddball, then I kind of get it when you've given up and you say, forget it, okay? Deion Jordan, whatever, all the other things that have happened in the past, different kind of players that you can quit on quickly. Now, I want to give you, first of all, Michael Dieter's a quality kid, hardworking kid, blue-collar guy, and offensive linemen sometimes take a little bit to develop. Almost every position pretty much takes a while to develop. And this is why I want to remind you that Jay Ajayi was not impressive in his rookie year, even had a rib injury and everything, kind of had a couple games towards the end of the year. And I remember going back and forth with my boy Omar, and Omar had given up on Jay Ajayi. And I said, dude, you cannot give up on Jay Ajayi. It's only his rookie year. You got to give him some time. Came back next year, 1,100 yards. The rest is history. Jakeem Grant caught 90 balls at Texas Tech. Rookie year was a disaster. Dropped all kinds of balls. Made some plays, but also dropped balls. And people are like, well, wait a minute, can he catch? And, of course, he can catch. You don't catch 90 balls in college by accident. So he comes back his second year and third year, and he did fine. And I know this year he had some struggles early on, and he got better as the season went on. But, again, if you gave up on Jakeem the first year, you would have been wrong. Mike Gesicki, last year, looked like a complete bust. But what are you going to do? Give up on him after the first year? First-round pick? Or second-round pick, I'm sorry? No, you don't. And how does he look this year? He took a step forward now, right? He's looking much better now. Now he's starting to look competent. He's starting to look confident out there. They're starting to look comfortable out there. Raekwon McMillan. Poor guy blows out his knee first year. I'm not telling you 1 now. I'm telling you 2 now. First year blows out his knee. Second year looks completely lost, hitting the wrong holes. I mean, you saw it last year. You can't give up on him either after 2 years. How's he doing now? much better, right? And so I get you got to sell papers and you got to create drama, and so you want to talk about Spygate and you want to talk about the benching of this guy and that guy and, oh, my Lord, and what he ranks in Pro Football Focus and this and that. Michael Dieter is a young offensive lineman, and he was taken in the 3rd round. So clearly he was not looked at like, this is a stud. We got to take him in the 1st round. You know what I mean? Because that's usually the guards. They're not taken early, but they're usually taking stud guards late 1st and 2nd probably. This guy was taken in the 3rd. So clearly there were, some warts, as Bill Parcells would say. That's why he fell to the 3rd. But a guy you can work with in a project, but you got to give him time. And you want to overreact with Gesicki? Go ahead. You want to overreact with Raekwon McMillan? Go ahead. Jay Ajayi, you want to do it with Jakeem Grant? And we could go on and on and on and on and talk about players. Not everybody comes out of the college football womb and then dominates the NFL. I'm sorry about that. That's just not the case.
How long has it taken Devontae Parker, man?
Right. And there are guys that, like Cooper, came out, tore it up, and then a couple years later went into a funk for a year or two, now found himself again in Dallas. Things like that happen with players, man. But you cannot, I saw that article today, and it's like a panic article already for the kid. And it's like, please, we're not even done with the 1st year. And we're going to do the same thing to this kid that we did to Mike Gesicki. Oh, he's a bust. Well, wait a minute, bro. Hold on. You know how many people called him a bust in the offseason? It's like, I get that he's trending in a negative, but you can't call him a bust. It's 1 year. Again, if he's a drug addict, if he's a drunk, if he's doing DUI, if he's hitting women, if he's whatever, doing just stupid things and criminal things, then I get you want to give up on somebody after their 1st year. But that wasn't Jakeem Grant. That's not Jay Ajayi. That's not Michael Dieter. That's not Raekwon McMillan. These are all character guys, man. They're all good dudes. They all work hard, but they're young. Were you at your best when you started your job, your 1st year? What if you started something new? I doubt it. I'm sure you got better as it went on, as you got experience. Lots of us are very uncomfortable when we start new jobs, new positions, new responsibilities. Or when we are maybe have to hit a higher number for whatever it is. Manufacturing, sales, you name it, promotions, whatever. It becomes another challenge for you. Are you ready for it? It's an adjustment. Those kind of things. You got to give people time, man. Look at our podcast from day one to now. Look at the day one, go look at the video and look at it now. Listen to the audio day one, listen to the audio now. Listen to, watch all the things we have now compared to day one, and it's grown. And I hope that 6 months from now, we dwarf what we're doing now. And I hope 2 years from now, this looks like a complete joke. Because that's how I'm going to approach everything. You want to get better. You want to work hard. You want to learn. All those things. But it's just giving up on people and just writing them off when they're character. That's the part I just don't understand. And to me, I saw that article, and it was already a panic article. And the kid's a rookie, man.
Oh, also,
Rookie.
Dieter's been all over the offensive line.
Yeah, even
remember,
sucked it up at tackle.
I can remember the Dallas game. He had never played that position, and he's over there playing it because we need him.
And what did the coach say yesterday?
No complaints, no nothing.
Team guy
yes,
wants what's
exactly.
best for us.
Yep.
Because he's mature, and he's handling the adversity and the setback with maturity, instead of being a petulant child and kicking and complaining. And even though he's not doing the job, he wants to be ignorant about it.
And it would be
we
easy.
We see players all the time, like, you're not doing the job. That's why you're getting benched. No, but I'm going to make excuses for it. And he's not making excuses. You should admire that.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You've had me play all over the place. I've done everything you asked me, and now you're going to bench me? Are you know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's handling
nothing.
like a pro.
Yep.
Because he's a young guy. And we have to give these guys some time, man. It's just not fair. And we start writing them off right away. And there's no reason. I get it if you see that the guy is just not trying and can't play and looks completely incompetent, is out of shape. Like remember when
an issue in the locker room.
Remember when I asked Manny, and I don't cover the Canes, okay, and I'm not in the locker room, but I described to him what I see from Navon Donaldson, and he told me, dude, you like nailed it, because he looked to me like a slob. That's what Navon Donaldson looks like to me. He looks like a guy that doesn't take care of himself. That's why he's lost the job. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be surprised if Navon Donaldson gets drafted late in the draft, 4th, 5th, 7th round, and somebody gets him and puts a foot up his ass and gets him into shape because the good Lord blessed him. He can play in the NFL. I'm telling you he can play in the NFL. Now, whether he has the heart, the desire, the drive, that I don't see right now because he doesn't have it at this level. How the hell are you going to have it at the next level? But if it's somebody like that, I can see you quitting on somebody like that because you can see he's a person that does not take pride in what he does. That's all. I can understand giving up on guys like that. I don't give up on the Jay Ajayis and the Jakeem Grants and the Raekwon McMillans and the Mike Gesicki's and now the Michael Dieters. I don't give up on them in their first years. I just don't. No. You show me work ethic, you show me character and some talent, then I give the coaching staff some time to actually work with you. And, by the way, I think we have a coaching staff that actually gets pretty good out of the players, and they do a pretty good job, and they get the max out of them. So, now, hey, listen, maybe Michael Dieter's issue is they did fire the offensive line coach early in the season, didn't they? Didn't the Dolphins fire the offensive line coach? So maybe they don't have the offensive line coach that they would like this year. Maybe that's just another hurdle that they're overcoming, and it's probably hurt Dieter. I don't know. But at the moment, he has earned the benefit of the doubt. He has earned our patience. That's what I would tell you with Michael Dieter. Let's see. Ray says, Big O, what is the NFL going to do about the Pats filming other teams? We got to find out what's in that film. But I would hope that there's some fines and some draft picks taken away from them. And you're asking me also, what are the rules on filming other teams? You can't. You cannot film other sidelines. You cannot do that. George says, in the words of the great Jesse Ventura, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. Emilio says, good morning, boys. You are 100% right. Flores is the S. I think we found our coach for the next 10 to maybe 20 years. I hope so, man. Hey, Big O, what about Tannehill article saying Belichick might get him? Oh, well, if he wants to be suckered into that, then go ahead. That'd be great. I would love that. Should he play waiters or put him at the end of the bench for the rest of the year? You put him at the end of the bench unless you need him. That's what's happened to Deion. Deion Waiters lost every right now. And you don't need him right now. But if none goes awry and guys aren't scoring, then you can go to Deion and play him. Outside of that, I'd have Deion eating gummies at the end of the bench. Oh, by the way, happy birthday to Deion. Your CBD gummies are in the mail. Love Big O kicking the can down the road on Tannehill for 7 years now. Yep, exactly. Yep. It's an old story, bro. But others want to revive it. Go ahead. Try to do it. Only Dan the Man is an exception, Big O, in his rookie year. Amen to that. And he didn't even start the rookie year. Remember, he came off the bench midway in that Oakland game.
I thought it was Pittsburgh.
Was it Pittsburgh? I thought it was Oakland.
Pittsburgh and the OB.
I thought it was Raiders. I think it's the Raiders. Look it up. I want to say his first game was the Raiders.
You know what? We need to get ready for Tony Pauline.
Yes, let's get ready for Tony Pauline. We're going to have some fun with him on Once a month on Fridays, we have fun at Craig Zinn's, Acura of Pembroke Pines. Yep, they got it going on right now, man. Some great lease features, 2020 models. The TLX is $259. The RDX is $329. The MDX is $369. Only $29.99 do it signing plus tax tag and registration. And folks, check out this amazing sales staff, the best Acura dealership on the planet. I tell you about it all the time. I've been telling you about it for 9 years now at 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Finest dealership in the business. It is Craig Zinn's, Acura of Pembroke Pines. When we come back, we talk a little NFL draft, a little QBs, and more with Tony Pauline from ProFootballNetwork.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All right, welcome back. I promised you we're going to talk to Tony Pauline. We love talking to Tony over the years at the ProFootballNetwork.com website. Go to it, ProFootballNetwork.com. Follow him on Twitter at Tony Pauline. Tony, good morning, my man. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How you doing?
I am loving life, my brother. Now, let me ask you something. This is kind of a turn we're making now with these quarterbacks because they're kind of one-year wonders and they're making the transfer over, whether it's Baker having the 1 year at Oklahoma and taking off, whether it's Kyler Murray with the 1 year and now Joe Burrow with the 1 year. And these teams are taking that next step and taking that chance. What is it about Burrow that locks him into being the #1 guy in your eyes?
Number one, his game is on the upswing. I mean, he hasn't had really any bumps in the road this year. He just seems to get better and better. So you always want a quarterback when he's on the upswing as opposed to a guy where you may have to kind of resuscitate his game. Number two, obviously, he's playing in the SEC. He's come through in all the big moments for his team at LSU. Three, I really think he's developing a total game. I mean, you know, he's a guy who doesn't have a great offensive line, doesn't have great running backs. He's got some very good receivers, but he uses all his weapons. He seems to get it between the ears. He's not someone who just relies on his arm to make plays, but he's really developed, pulled all the pieces together, and he's on the upswing, and he's doing it at the right time, you know, as a senior. And it looks like, you know, he's going to be a top 5 pick. And if you had said this to me 2 months ago, I would have said, you know, let's just sit back and wait and see what happens. But he just continues to impress week in and week out.
That to me, that's the part that he's got that moxie, man, that comes with it, and I really like it a lot. And obviously, it looks like the Bengals will take him at number 1, being an Ohio kid and all of that. Now, Tony, tell me, why is it that everybody's wowed with his size and his arm and all of that, but when I look at the Oregon kid, it's just not there, my brother. It just doesn't convince me. So you tell me, does he convince you?
Well, you used the correct term, and the term was wow, and there is no wow factor in his game. I mean, except for the Arizona State game where he played poorly, he basically plays mistake-free football. He looks more like a game manager than a guy that's going to carry an offense on his shoulders, which he should be able to do at that school in that conference. I mean, if you've watched Oregon and I agree with you, if you've watched Oregon this season, he's needed the pieces around him to work and work well in order for Oregon to win games, where Joe Burrow has basically, you know, been the engine that's run the machine at LSU. You look at Oregon's games, I mean, how many times this year did they rush for more than 200 yards? And Herbert really, you know, kind of saddled up and kind of was pulled along. The USC game, I mean, it was a close game. Then they had some big defensive plays at the end of the first half. They had a kick return for a touchdown, which really kind of blew the game open. And Herbert kind of caught on. He plays very uninspired football. He's got all the physical skills. You expect much more from him. The story I've been telling is 2.5 years ago, or 2.5 seasons ago, there was a Thursday night game where Oregon was playing in Wyoming, and everyone was all excited because Josh Allen had a tough game against Iowa. They expected Josh Allen, who was playing for Wyoming at the time, the quarterback, to rebound. And really, Justin Herbert just blew Josh Allen's doors off. I mean, he looked like the guy who was the franchise quarterback. And I don't think he's ever really topped that. I mean, Justin Herbert just never really comes through in the big spot, whether it's Auburn earlier this year, whether it's when they can't hold the lead, whether it's Arizona State this season, whether it's Washington a year ago, just doesn't seem to be able to come through and pull his team, through in the big spot the way Joe Burrow does.
Yeah, that to me is the one thing that has stood out. So the Tua thing, where are you with the hip injury? Will Carroll, the injury expert, we have him on every week, and he thinks the hip injury is a lot like Dennis Pitta, which the Dennis Pitta one kept dislocating. And he's been injury-prone, 4 surgeries in 2 years. You're in Miami now doing this interview. They have 3 picks in the first round. So it's a multi-part question. What do you feel about the kid? Is he injury-prone? And if you're looking at it as a Dolphin fan, would you take him with the first, the second, or the third pick in the first round, or would you pass on him and wait till the second round? How do you look at Tua through Dolphin eyes?
Well, number one, he absolutely is injury prone. I mean, the record is there. There's no doubt about it. But as far as, what would I do if I'm the Dolphins? It's way too early to tell. I mean, no one can draw any conclusions at this point. I know everyone wanted answers yesterday. But, I mean, the injury happened a couple of weeks ago. We still have 4 months before the draft. Number one, he still has to – it's all going to come down to what the team doctors and team medical staff think in Indianapolis if Tua, in fact, enters the draft, declares for the draft. And then they do those combine medicals, because those combine medicals are a different beast altogether. I mean, they will look for things that general doctors just won't find. And I can go through example after example. And even with combine medicals, it's not each team has their own opinion. So there will be some teams that say there's no way in God's name we're drafting this guy. Another team will say, okay, he's fine. You know, as I said, everyone wanted answers on Tua yesterday. You're going to have to wait and see. He's got to declare for the draft, and then you're going to have to wait for those combine medicals, maybe the medical rechecks, and see what leaks out. Is he injury prone? He absolutely is. There's no doubt about it. The hip injury does scares me a lot.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's way too early to tell.
Yeah, the injury, I mean, for me, he scares me, period, because he's just fragile. And if he can't stay healthy in a shorter season in a league where they don't hit as hard as they do in the NFL, I'm terrified for the kid at the next level. The shame is he's a deadly accurate passer, right? I mean, that's the one thing that has to have stood out to you, right, Tony? The accuracy is awesome.
He's a good quarterback. He's a good passer. He's a lot more than just a real good athlete at the quarterback position. You know, you mentioned his accuracy. He does a great job. He's got great weapons at his disposal. He's got a great offensive line blocking for him, but he also seems to get it. He gets it between the ears, whether it's his accuracy, whether it's his ability for the most part to stay away from mistakes, whether it's his patience in the pocket or the ability to elude the rush and get outside the pocket. You know, he is a little bit tough to scout because of the fact that, as I said, there's so much talent around him compared to, you know, the other quarterbacks or other quarterbacks that you scout. But the fact is the bottom line is Tagovailoa is absolutely a good passer, and he's more than an athlete at the quarterback position. He really gets it between the ears.
Tony Pauline, of course, you can follow him on Twitter at Tony Pauline and check out the ProFootballNetwork.com website. Plenty of breaking news, articles, all kinds of great stuff on that website. You can catch Tony's work there. All right, go with me on this one, Tony. You can't get Joe Burrow if you're the Dolphins because he's off the board. The Bengals took him. You're kind of nervous about Tua with that first round pick. You don't want to take the chance on the hip. Okay, so you're not convinced. Neither am I with Justin Herbert. Perfect. So that second first round pick could be somewhere in the teens, late teens maybe. All right. Is there another guy? Is there the Fromm, the Eason, one of those guys, maybe even Jordan Love? Do you take him that high? Is there another guy that intrigues you that the Dolphins should consider in that first round?
Well, forget about Jake Fromm. Jake Fromm right now, as far as I'm concerned, is a day 3 pick. I mean, you want to say Justin Herbert, there's nothing about his game. You got to multiply that by 10 when you look at Jake Fromm.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Another conversation. You know, you got to consider Herbert. You got to consider Jordan Love. Jacob Eason scares me because of the fact that he's got just such a minimal body of work. You know, you talk about the one-year wonders. Well, Baker Mayfield had a big body of work behind him when before his senior season in Oklahoma. Joe Burrow's got a decent body of work. Jacob Eason really doesn't have that much body of work since he's barely played up until the season. He barely played football the prior 2 years. Jacob Eason, I think, he's got a lot of great tools. He's got some skills that, you know, really are mouth-watering type skills, but he's also got a big buzz factor to his game. So if you take Jacob Eason with that second pick or even that third pick of the first round, you know, you better be patient with him. I don't think he's a guy that you're going to be able to throw into the lineup right away, and if you do, you're going to expect some bumps in the road. You know, I'm going to tell you, if they don't go quarterback first round, you know, Jalen Hurts of Oklahoma in day 2, sometime in day 2 is really starting to grow on me. I mean, the guy who basically left Alabama because Tagovailoa was beating him out, he is really starting to get it as a passer. I know that Oklahoma system is really quarterback friendly, but he's got all the physical skills, and it's really starting to click mentally for him. You know, the way he sees the field, his decision making, got to work on his ball security, but I really think he's developing into a real good quarterback, and I like his next level potential.
Tony, how have you scouted Jordan Love? Because I've watched a couple of Utah State games, and the team is freaking terrible, bro, around him. Now, he has these wow moments, and he has some really nice athleticism, too. He's got a nice arm. So I don't know how you assess this kid, because there are those moments that you're like, holy crap. And then there are those moments where you're head scratching, but you also wonder, is he just trying to do too much because it's a really bad team around him? How do you see that?
I absolutely agree with your last point, and that was obvious to me the first game of the season against Wake Forest, where they lost a 3-point game. You know, it's ironic. Jordan Love this year at Utah State really reminds me of Josh Allen's last year at Wyoming. Same sort of situation in the sense that you love his physical skills. He had excellent size. He had a next-level arm. He was very athletic, can make plays in and out of the pocket, made some wow throws that, only a handful of quarterbacks can make, but then also had some decisions where you were like, what the heck was going on there? Had some poor games, had some games where he looked very ordinary. So really, Jordan Love, I think, in 2019, parallels what we saw from Josh Allen of Wyoming the last year he was there before he entered the draft. I think with both guys, whether it be Josh Allen now in Buffalo, who's having a degree of success, whether it be Jordan Love when he eventually jumps to the next level, I think he's just the type of guy that's going to need a real good quarterback coach. He's going to need someone who can develop him. He's going to need some hand-holding. He's got a great amount of upside. It's just a matter of harvesting that talent and really developing the player because, we sit here and we talk about the draft and people go crazy on after draft weekend, which team won, which team lost. Draft is just the beginning. It's not the ending. And you've got to be able to coach these guys and develop these guys. And I think that's what's going to take for Jordan Love.
A guy you and I are going to see at the Senior Bowl is going to be Anthony Gordon out of Washington State. What can you tell me about this kid? Because there's a lot of people talking about his physical attributes.
Funny, a lot like his predecessor, Gardner Minshew, who really came out of nowhere, caught a lot of people by surprise, got an invitation to the Senior Bowl. Gardner Minshew turned a lot of people on to the Senior Bowl. We'll have to wait and see what Gordon kind of finished on a flat note against Washington. I think he had like 60 pass attempts, just was not good during that game, made some bad throws. I think with Gordon is you basically, unlike what I mentioned about Tagliavoa, what I mentioned about Jalen Hurts, I think with Gordon is he needs more experience. It's got to click for him mentally, so the mental part of his game really starts to catch up with the physical aspects that he possesses.
Is there another guy we haven't talked about that might be completely under the radar, might be at the East-West, NFLPA, or somebody like that you're intrigued with? That's a raw project.
Yeah, I've always liked Kelly Bryant. I liked him when he was at Clemson. I liked some of the things he did at Missouri. He's a guy who I think is more of a developmental type of quarterback, but I think he's got a high upside. I also like Steven Montez at Colorado, who has had those wow moments, really looked fantastic as a sophomore, has had some sensational moments the past 2 years, but has also looked awful at times. And his physical skills are right there with some of the top quarterbacks in this draft. I mean, he's got the size, he's got the arm strength, he's incredibly athletic, but his decision-making is suspect at times. His accuracy gets away from him. And, it's a situation where, like Jordan Love, where Steven Montez has got the foundation to play at the next level, he's just going to need a bit of development. He's going to need some proper coaching. And I think if you hit on all cylinders with Steven Montez, you could have a very good quarterback. You have a very good quarterback prospect.
There you go. Interesting stuff. And, of course, Tony Pauline, you can follow him on Twitter at Tony Pauline. You can catch his work at ProFootballNetwork.com. All right, Tony, you know the Patriot way, and you know that we have Brian Flores down here. And so Brian may be doing a lot of things the Patriot way like. And because of the way they run their defense, it could be 3-4, it could be 4-3. If Miami is at 2 or 3, and let's say Chase Young is there from Ohio State, normally the Patriots don't commit to those kind of players on the edges because they got to pay him a lot of money eventually. This is a guy that's a monster. Does he fit what the Dolphins may want to do Patriot like, where he could be rushing and he could be dropping back in coverage and all those kind of things? Talk to us a little bit about Chase Young. We know he's an incredible pass rusher. How is he as a complete football player, and does he translate to what the Dolphins would do if they're doing it Patriot way?
Yeah, my highest-rated player in this draft by a lot. I mean, here's a guy who can come out of a three-point stance. He can stand over tackle. I think he's deceptively strong. I don't think he's great against the run, but I think that will come. He shows the ability to slice through blocks and get behind the line of scrimmage. He's incredibly athletic, gets out in space to pursue the action. You know about his pass rush skill, whether he's sacking the quarterback or whether he's just harassing the quarterback and making the quarterback move his feet and move around the pocket. I think it would be kind of tough for any team even the Bengals at the top, who I think will pass on him. But I think after the Bengals take Joe Burrow, I think any team, literally, assuming that all the character boxes check off and everything's fine and it works out well, which I would expect a good workout from him. But if he checks off all the boxes, I think really, if we assume that the Bengals are taking Joe Burrow at number one, which I think is a pretty safe assumption, I think any team after that number one pick would be hard-pressed to pass up on Chase Young because he can do so many things so well. He's a young guy. He's only going to get better as he physically matures. You know, for all intents and purposes, Chase Young could have redshirted this year the way we saw Jadeveon Clowney do his final year at South Carolina and say, you know what, I'm going to take the year off. I'm going to get ready for the draft. I don't want to get hurt. And what did Chase Young do? I mean, every time he was on the field, he's an impact player. He's going to be in New York for the Heisman Trophy ceremony. He's not going to win the Heisman Trophy, but I think the fact the way he just competed this year and the way he improved over the type of player he was a year ago says a lot about him. If I'm Miami and, you know, I'm not sold on Tua. I'm a little concerned about Tua early in the draft, and Chase Young is staring me in the face. I'm jumping all over him.
Okay. All right. Now, here's the tough question, or maybe it's not tough because you've always got conviction and you do your homework. All right, so Miami ends up at number 3. We know Burrow's 1. We know Young is 2, or vice versa, however you want to do it. Who's the third best player in the draft that you would say, if you're Tony Pauline, you're in charge of the Dolphin draft, I got to have this guy at number 3. Who would it be that would make the Dolphin fan feel good?
I know a lot of Dolphin fans, when they hear this, they're probably going to drive off the road, but let's see what happens as we get closer to draft day. I like Andrew Thomas, the left tackle from Georgia.
Okay.
I think he's and they're going to need a left tackle after the trade last year. He is a sensational athlete. He's got a high amount of upside. He's a terrific pass blocker who's outstanding blocking in motion. He's only going to get better. His run blocking will only get better as he gets bigger and stronger and he physically matures. I'm told he's going to enter the draft. He's rated as a top 5 player on my board. I am one who always believes that if you need a left tackle is a priority position in the NFL draft. I'm kind of old-fashioned like that, but there are still teams who like those left tackles. And again, I think Andrew Thomas of Georgia is a guy who I believe can be a day one starter and will only improve as time goes on.
Lord knows the Dolphins need it. So you either get a franchise QB, you get a franchise defensive end, or you get a franchise left tackle, which, by the way, they just traded their franchise left tackle, a few weeks back. So that's definitely a must-read. ProFootballNetwork.com, Tony, tell them about it so they can check it out.
Well, basically, it's an expansion of where I was before in the sense that it's everything football. I mean, we got draft stuff 12 months a year headed by myself. There's a lot of information on fantasy football. We look at the breaking news stories, and we add information into those breaking news stories. There's also a little information there if anybody who likes to wager on football games. Ooh. So basically, it encompasses all of football. We've got college football breakdowns as well. So it encompasses all of football, basically 12 months a year, 7 days a week. So it's really an expansion of what I was doing with just the draft stuff, where it's NFL, it's fantasy, it's wagering. We have our own metric system there to basically gauge how a lot of offensive players are doing. So basically, it's one-stop shopping for all your football needs.
There you go. And you know Tony Pauline brings it every single time. Great information, breaking news. Follow him on Twitter at Tony Pauline, and, of course, catch his exceptional work at the ProFootballNetwork.com. Tony, I'll see you in St. Pete in a month, my brother. Thank you as always.
Look forward to it. Thanks.
You got it. There you go. The great Tony Pauline, baby, from ProFootballNetwork.com. That was an awesome segment right there. So you kind of get a feel for where he stands. You either get the franchise quarterback, you get the franchise defensive end, or you get the franchise left tackle. And I understand when he said that, Dolphin fans are going to drive off the road and all. Not me. I'm not one of those that gets freaked out. Oh, it's boring to get a left tackle. Hell no, it's not boring to get a left tackle. It's not boring to build up your offensive line. Because if you make your offensive line nasty, you can actually make even Ryan Tannehill look competent. Okay? You get a running back and an offensive line, you will make any quarterback look half decent. So anybody out there that thinks that that's not sexy and that's not a good thing, they need it badly. But that's why I wanted to talk to him about some of the other quarterbacks. Because I'm one of those guys, like when I watch Jordan Love, I think he's a guy that can be coached up. It's not like, see, the thing with Jordan Love is he doesn't have accuracy issues. Like, he's not terrible or anything like that. No, he's got pretty good accuracy. The thing about him is he's made some bad decisions, but I think it's because he's on a team that is just brutal. But that's a guy you might be able to draft later on and develop if you can't get Joe Burrow. Now, some of you are in love with Tua so much that you're going to take him with the, whatever it is, second, third, fourth, fifth pick of the draft that the Dolphins have. I wouldn't. I'm not taking a guy that's injury prone, even before the hip injury. Okay? I was already on record with that. I'm not big on guys that get injured all the time. I think he's too fragile. So now where do you go? And Justin Herbert does not convince me. Let me tell you something. He says that some of you out there might be pissed about Andrew Thomas. If I tell you the Dolphins drafted Andrew Thomas or Justin Herbert, which one do you really want? Because I would actually be sad with Justin Herbert. Because I just don't have a lot of hope for the kid. I don't see anything out of the guy. Physical ability? Oh, please, give me a break. Jim Druckenmiller had physical ability. I've seen plenty of guys. Jamarcus Russell had physical ability. There's plenty of guys in this league that have come through this league that they've got the rocket arm and the size and all that, but they got no heart, no ticker like Jeff George. It doesn't matter. And Jeff George is one of the 5 best arms I have ever seen in my life. Okay? There are not 4 better arms in the history of football than Jeff George. That guy had a wicked arm. I mean, wicked. It was lightning, dude. But he was a pea brain, and he had no balls. And in key moments, he would fold up like a cheap tent. To me, you give me Andrew Thomas, I'm good. I'm super happy. Because that's how you start to get back to being a really good football team. By kicking people in the ass at the line of scrimmage. Defensively, offensively. You either want to maul them like Chase Young or you want to maul them like Andrew Thomas. But you want to maul them. And those are maulers. And if you're going to get one, then get one right now and take advantage of it. And then you find the quarterback after that. Maybe it's Anthony Gordon. Maybe Bill and I finish the week at the Senior Bowl and we tell you, hey, no. Anthony Gordon? Yeah, get him, dude. Yeah, get him in the second round. Yeah, he's got a lot of ability. He's raw, but yeah, get him. Maybe that's the guy. Maybe Jordan Love will look better after you work him out for a little while. The other guy that he talked about that I've heard a couple of NFL people tell me is Jacob Eason. And it's what Tony was talking about a lot. It's the unknown. Because Jacob was on the bench forever in Georgia. Then he transfers over to Washington, and now he plays this year, and he wasn't anything special. But he doesn't have a lot of playing time. But, dude, he's 6'6". He's like 230 or something like that, 240. He's got a big body, big arm. He can move around, too. He's not like a stiff. And all of it, there are abilities there that you can work with. So NFL people are intrigued with Jacob Eason. I can tell you that. And he's a guy that's going to fall in the draft because of all the question marks. So he will be available. Listen, Joe Burrow's the guy you love, right? But then there's going to be a couple of other guys that are going to be intriguing. like for me last year, Drew Lock was intriguing. When people ask me, you can go back and look at the Twitter feed. I can't hide any of that. It's all there, bro. You just can't hide it. It's there. It doesn't go anywhere. It's in the internet. It's there forever. Drew Lock. I talked about David Blau, and I talked about my boy from Auburn that backs up Tom Brady now. I'm forgetting his name now. But anyway, those three guys, I saw things about them that are like, okay, why not? And I would tell you that one of those guys this year already for me is Jordan Love. Jordan Love's one of those guys that I would take a chance on in the second, third rounds. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. If you can't get Joe Burrow, then get Jordan Love in the second, third rounds and work with them, and maybe you get something out of him. Jarrett Stidham, by the way, is my brain fart for New England. Yes, sir.
We are up on a break, man.
Yeah, I talk too much.
An hour and 6, an hour and 7 in that first hour.
Anyway, that's why I think it's one of those things that you just keep yourself, flexible with all of this. Don't corner yourself somewhere where, oh, no, if we don't take Joe Burrow, the season's over, the world's over, and that's it. Oh, it's so unsexy to get offensive linemen. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not. Okay? Jake Long would have had a nice long career if it wasn't for Tony Sperano, and Laramie Tunsil's going to have a nice long career. You go get Thomas. That's not a problem. That's a plus. Whoever's the quarterback is going to love that. Whoever's the running back is going to love that. Whoever's the offensive coordinator is going to love that. And any of the fans that have him on their line, they're going to love it because that dude can play.
As a Cane fan, you look at what Wisconsin has done against us, the bowl games we played them, they have absolutely kicked our butt.
Yeah, and to bring
on both sides of the line, man.
And was it Michael Dieter in Wisconsin?
Exactly.
Let's just give the kids some time.
Please.
Wisconsin,
yes.
Boston
yes.
College, there are certain schools that they kind of produce linemen. Just give the kid a little time, man. Don't Barry already is panicking in the Miami Herald, and you cannot do that, bro. It's a rookie. Rookies struggle. It is normal. Okay? Hey, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Rockville has announced it. You're going to freaking love this, dude. You're going to love this.
Okay, you set it up like you talk about.
No, but this is not radio. I don't care. Let's extend this. Here we go. Ready? Rockville's lineup has been announced. I'm thinking of you right away. First thing, Metallica headlines on Friday night. Okay? Before them, your boys, Deftones.
No kidding.
How about that, dude?
They're the headliner?
No, Metallica.
They're the
headliner.
Okay, they're the
Deftones is next.
Two.
Social Distortion, then Dropkick Murphys, Rancid, Royal Blood, Ghost Main, Motionless in White, Knocked Loose, Bones UK, City Morgue, and I don't need to mention the other 5 bands that are after. Saturday, it's Disturbed.
Yes.
Wow. The Offspring, Stained, Lamb of God, Alter Bridge, love Alter Bridge, Pretty Reckless, Hollywood Undead, Hell Yeah, Bad Wolves, I like Bad Wolves, The Darkness, Power Trip, Ginger, New Year's Day, nice, Three Teeth, Broken Love, Tooth Grinder, and Joyous Wolf. Nice. Wow, Joyous Wolf Saturday's a really good day, actually. Then Sunday, Metallica.
Doing a totally different set.
Leonard Skinner. Okay. Godsmack. Mastodon. Gojira, I don't know anything about them. Anthrax. Code Orange. Dance Gavin Dance, don't know him. Sleeping with Sirens, Of Mice and Men, Sick of It All, Gustic Point, Fire from the Gods, Counterfeit, Airborne, Goodbye June, Stitched Up Heart, and Hero the Band. Oh, Hero! Nice, I know Hero. I saw Hero in Indianapolis open up for LA Guns. And so, good. I know the opening act, but then there's like a bunch of them after that I don't know. But, brother, when it starts with Anthrax, then Gojira, Mastodon, Godsmack, Leonard Skinner, Metallica, holy crap, dude.
Sunday night.
That is awesome. That is the Rockville lineup this year in Daytona. And we're going to be in Daytona. It's great.
What's that? What's that? May? Is it May?
Yeah, May 8, 9, and 10.
Sweet.
Yeah, we'll be broadcasting from there. Okay. Everything goes well, we'll be broadcasting from there every day. We'll have interviews with the bands. We'll have all kinds of good stuff there. We'll be set up in the media tent. So we will have a blast. We get to rock and we get to work. How about that? Wow, that is awesome, dude. That is a great lineup for Rockville. All right. Let's wrap it up. What is this, the first hour? All right, 1 hour plus, obviously, and very little breaks on top of all of that because that's how we do it here. And, of course, proud sponsor is Murias Dental. You got to go see my guys out there, man. They will take care of you. Murias Dental, the implant and Invisalign experts. Take advantage of your insurance benefits right now for 2019 before the year runs out. Tick, tick, tick. There's only a couple weeks left. Get those teeth clean. You got the New Year's coming up. You got the holidays. You want to look good. Get the teeth clean. Get that cavity filled. Get that crown, all that stuff. And one thing they do at Murias Dental that they don't do in other places, you know how you got to get your crown and you got to get like a temporary and you got to walk around with a temporary? No. When they do crowns there at Murias Dental, they do it right there and then. They get your measurement. They got the machine right there and then that makes it. It's freaking awesome. I mean, their technology is awesome. Anyway, call them 305-821-0231. That's 305-821-0231 for Murias Dental.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 3, I think, something like that, right after right after Andy Baskin from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We got to talk about that mess in Cleveland, right? Because that is just absolutely crazy what's going on there. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's really simple, 786-322 1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. Reach out to Bobby Nunez. Great people and great sponsors that are just helping us get this going. And we're only into our 4th month, man. And it has absolutely exploded. We thank you so much for the downloads. We thank you so much for the support. The website looks really, really good. It's almost going to be up pretty soon. We'll have some merchandise, too, so you can support the show. We got the shirts. We gave out some shirts. We'll have more shirts now. We're going to make some different shirts, too, for you guys out there. It's going to be pretty cool. Great way of obviously promoting the show and supporting the show in a big-time way. So we'll have all of that for you. Remember to pass on. I know those of you that are watching on YouTube right now, you're already doing it, but pass it on to others. Make sure they know about the show and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers so we can get you better live coverage when we hit the road. So let's work on that. Let's see what we got here on the YouTube chat board. It's not the text machine where you can make it up. It's the text if it doesn't fit your Tannehill narrative everyone can read was sent. Yes, exactly. That's what it's my narrative, or is it just a fact? But that's all right. You can create whatever you want. But you go ahead and enjoy the run because it's going to take you to a Super Bowl. You're going to watch the Tennessee Titans win it all. Let's see what else do we have here. Ray says, no, you do suck. Says first game played was Raiders. First start was against the Bills. Oh, Marino, thank you. I thought it was the Raiders. Ivan says, let's see, does Tony have any interesting 40 times? The 40 times stuff doesn't start till later. That's why I didn't really get into that. I saw that question, but I didn't really get into it with him because when they start having their pro days and that stuff like that, that's when you start hearing about the 40 times. But not that that really gets me excited about anything. Let's see, what else do we have? I like Washington QB coming out, height, arm, smart, but I don't know. Hey, none of us know. Right, my brother? All right, Ray? Who sent that in? None of us know. We're all guessing. We're all having fun with this. It's sports, man. Okay? Ray says, Jordan Love I like also, but second or third round, just my opinion. Matter of fact, only Burrow should be drafted in first. Your opinion, Big O. Tua should be taken somewhere in that late first. Yeah, only because it's worth the risk for any team at late first that if he stays healthy, then you got yourself a decent quarterback for, a late first-round pick. But I'm with you. Burrow probably is the legit first-rounder. Herbert is going to be a first-rounder only because he fits the wow factor. He's on the all-runway team. He's 6'6", 240. He's got a great arm. He's a good kid. That's it.
How have those physical attribute guys panned out in the past?
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good. It's rarely good when you just look the part. It's just not. Like Joe Burrow is the part. Like he's the guy. Like when you watch him play, okay, that's how I want my quarterback to play. And Tua too. Tua's got deadly accuracy, man, but unfortunately the injury history. That's why. Drew Bo says, we need our O-line for maybe the potential of Trevor next year. Just saying, I would get Love. I don't mind. Oh, the QB whisperer who? Nobody. Dougie Fresh says, love your music game. what band would this year's Finns be? Ooh. What band do they fit right now? Wow, that's a good one. What band would they fit right now? You know what? I'm going to go with the Black Moods. Since they're kind of under the radar, they're looking good, they're sounding good, because the future's sounding good. I'm going to go with the Black Moods. Because, see, a lot of you are going to go, huh? What? Who? What? And then that's why nobody really knows the Dolphins either at this point. Who? What? Huh? Just a bunch of unknowns. So I'll go with the Black Moods. How about that? Or maybe Them Evils, another under-the-radar, hard-working band. But if you give them an opportunity, they will spread Them Evils and kick your ass and win. They've led in like 7 games this year already, which is really amazing that this team has led in 7 games. Okay? So I'll go with bands like that. I can't go with established because they're not established. So I'll go with a little bit of under-the-radar type bands that are really good that people don't know about. There you go. All right? That's my answer there. Rambo says, what are your thoughts on the Alonzo Highsmith to UM rumors as some sort of college GM? There's some smoke to the rumor. Not sure exactly what role he would be, but discuss your thoughts on him. Hey, bro, Alonzo Highsmith is welcome to be here to run the Canes or the Dolphins. Now, I'm fine with Chris Grier, but before they hired Chris Grier, I was the guy that wanted Alonzo Highsmith here for several years. So you're not going to get ever anything negative out of me for Zoe. Zoe is one of those guys that deserves an opportunity, and he's not getting it in the NFL. And maybe he wants out of that mess with the Browns. Well, I don't know about the rumor, and guess what? We will ask at 1 o'clock, Manny Navarro, okay, from The Athletic, our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. We do it at 1 o'clock every Tuesday here on the program. So we will ask the man that's on the beat, that has a lot of great insight on the Canes and breaks all kinds of Canes stories. Manny Navarro, will ask him about that rumored Alonzo Highsmith deal. I have not heard anything about that. That's the first I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it. But Lord knows Manny needs the help. Okay? And that would also add a lot of credibility to the university if you would make Alonzo Highsmith like your, I don't know, assistant AD or something. Is that what he would be? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what role he would be. No idea. But it would be nice to get a guy like Alonzo Highsmith here. Yes. I would love that. No doubt. All right? How about that? You good with that? I'm a Highsmith fan. 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. And, of course, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there, as always, on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. The Jets barely defeating the Dolphins is equivalent to the Canes barely defeating Central Michigan. Jets fans should be walking around with a brown paper bag on their faces. Catching up now. Awesome show. Love you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for catching up. And, hey, listen, it's Adam Gase. So the Jet fans should be embarrassed because they have Adam Gase, okay? And if they're not, then they're pretty embarrassing as it is. What else do we have here? Big O, Don Shula had it right when he said Bill Belichick is Bill Belichick, Eugene and Homestead. He is right. He is right. What was it that Shula once said, like, we should evaluate the evaluators or something like that? And obviously, maybe that's what we need to do. Evaluate the evaluators because they're not doing enough when it comes to Belichick.
That sounds like that Will Smith flick with Gene Hackman.
Uh-huh.
the spying on you and stuff like that, and the cameras and everything.
Right.
And she says, "Who's going to monitor the monitors?"
Right. Exactly. And Shula, of course, said the same thing.
I hope they evaluate the evaluators.
There you go. See, Shula even said it himself. All right. He also said,
"Show."
Oh, wait a minute. What was it again?
Is this an X-rated show?
Well, Shoes, it could be an X-rated show. You never know.
Is this an X-rated show?
Yeah. I mean, we invite certain people here. We could make it an X-rated show. Henry was healthy when Tennessee was 2-4 under Mariota. Okay. That's fantastic, sir. I'm happy for you. Okay. I love the people that come out of the woodwork. They completely disappear while he's not doing anything. He gets on a little streak, and they come out of the woodwork. Oh, this isn't going to sound popular, but with the job I've seen Flo do with minor league players, you trade the highest 2 number 1 picks and load and own the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds. Screw the high first rounders. Select only one. The low one, maybe. Select a center or best available. Load up with quality players in lower rounds and let Flo do his thing. He doesn't need ones. He needs qualities or quantities of quality players like X in the 2nd round, Bill and Simi. Bill, I love your thinking, right? It makes all the sense in the world. There's only one negative to your thinking, okay? And the negative is that your first rounder gets a 5th year. So you 2nd round and on, you only have 4 years. So by year 3, Raekwon McMillan, you would have to decide to pay him already. Are you ready to pay Raekwon McMillan after year 3 because he had an injury, struggled in the 2nd year, now the 3rd year he's balling, but is he balling like starter money, like big time guaranteed money? That's the risk you run. That because you can't let him play the 4th year because then they're going to hit free agency. That's what the old Dolphins used to do. You have to sign them before, like they did with X, like they did with Jakeem, like they did with Bobby McCain, that they signed them a year out. So you've got to sign them after year 3. So 2nd round on, you must make sure you know. You understand? Like Dieter's a 3rd rounder. Year 1 already, you're not sure yet. What about if he improves slightly in year 2, and then he improves again slightly in year 3, but he's not Pro Bowl yet, or he's not like really studly, but he's getting there. But then you have to guarantee him the money, and you don't know which way it's going to go in the fork in the road. Does he stay right there, or does he continue the trajectory up? Those are the things. There's a lot of the guys that you'll find out about them by year 3. But what happens to a couple of those guys if it strings out a little bit? Gesicki. Okay? Gesicki, terrible year, 1st year. He's a 2nd round pick. 2nd year, did better. What about if 3rd year he kind of does the same thing as he did this year? Are you ready to give him the big money in the year 4? That would put you like you're not sure yet, right? These are the things, because the agent is going to ask you for top dollar. And then the worst part is that then they want to hit free agency, and then there's a stupid team out there that you got to then, fight with and you're negotiating against. And that doesn't help you. So that's the only setback that I see. I love the thinking, Bill, because you are right. If you know what the hell you're doing, you're not paying the opposite, Bill. You know what? Now let me defend your point, because I found the loophole in your argument. Let me also defend your point. You're also not guaranteeing as much money in the 1st round. You're also not taking as big a hit against your cap in the 1st round than you are in the 2nd and 3rds. So while there's an offset of having the power of controlling them for the 5th year, and it buys you a little more time to evaluate what's going on. Look at Devontae Parker. It took forever. All this kind of stuff. The opposite is there's less risk. So it becomes a very interesting scenario that you're talking about. Now, you got to be pretty good at drafting and make sure, like they did when they hit with X, in the second round. You got to make sure you're hitting on those kind of players in the second and third rounds. And it might be slightly easier for you to find them in the first round. Well, there's positives and negatives to what you're talking about, Bill. But there's an argument to do what you want to do, okay? Guaranteed there's an argument for that.
Do a little modification. What about, okay, our number 4, number 5 pick? Person's salivating like the Bears were for Trubisky, okay? And somebody wants to move up and give you a bunch to move up 2 or 3 spots, and you're sliding back to 6 or 7, for example.
Yeah, to get Herbert.
You get another number 1 and another 2.
Yeah, I would do that.
You know, our 10th, 11th, 12th pick, slide back to 16, 17, and you get 2 more 1s and a 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You got to be careful also, but you got to start getting. But you can't get them this year. You got to start pushing them back into 2021.
Right, because like you said, you can't re-sign everybody.
Right.
You need to stagger this.
Yes, you got to stagger it.
What would you say? What would you say the number?
You're setting yourself up for Trevor Lawrence.
What would
also,
you say the
just in
number
case.
is of like re-signing your guys coming off of their rookie what's the max? You want to be at like 8 or 10 guys?
Well, I mean, you want to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% of whatever you're drafting every year. In other words.
Okay.
You know, you want to be. That's where you're pretty good if you're re-signing because you've hit on 40, 50% of your draft picks.
Okay.
You go over 50, you're a monster.
So we're 7.
Yeah. Out of
Give
the
it-
14, yeah,
right.
you'd like 6 or 7 of them to hit
Give
at
it 3.
least.
And like you were talking about the first round pick, I remember you keep saying Baltimore grabbed Lamar.
Yes.
Just to have that
The fifth year. Because they're developing him and they don't know. They don't know how he's going to develop. And now it's gone fast forward and it's gone really well right now into year 2. But you just don't know.
Is he going to survive long? Is he going to survive long enough to get that second contract?
Look at Devontae Parker. He never developed in that first contract. And you never got to the point that you had to decide to give him money. You could not give him money. And you're still not giving him money. And he's going to go into year 6 next year. You just have him under contract. Now, if he balls out next year, that's when you finally will cough up the money to him. Let's see. What else do we have here on the YouTube chat board here? Big O, Coach Flo, for Coach of the Year, literally since week 1, I have seen improvement in every position, QB to kicker. I'm sold. What are your thoughts? T-Zone, I love everything I've seen from Coach Flores, man. I'm not going to tell you that he's the guy yet, but he's pretty close to it. I need one more year. I need to see improvement next year and take that next step. But how do you not love what Flo has done? How can you not defend what Flo has done? Right? That's really the thing. You have to be able to defend what Flo has done. Guys, I mean, it's been awesome. Awesome to watch.
I got to be honest with you. With everything he's done, the fact, and this reverts back to what happened with Gates, you're not sold. You want to see another year.
Yeah.
How cautious are you, bro?
Yeah, I am. I'm cautious because, just in case this was kind of flukish, which I don't think it is, but I gotta slow the roll a little bit, but it's not going to stop me from giving him the props he deserves. If you do well, you should get props. If you're improving the team, especially when you have no talent, that is impressive. Okay?
Considering the talent we have, you'd have to be an exceptional super coach to get what he's gotten out of them. You know,
Yes.
You know what? The thing that I keep thinking that sells me that I'm in, his adjustments, man, in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Like,
no, they can coach.
Great coaches do the,
They
we're
can coach.
talking Joe Gibbs style. You know what I mean? At halftime, it's a totally different ballgame.
They can coach, man. That's the bottom line. They can coach. And that's where you got to give him a ton of credit. This is a team that is
also establishing
learning,
a
getting
culture.
better. Yeah.
Right?
And yes, and that culture is clearly developing. Now, my man Eddie Pereira has got a culture at Pallet Rack City. Are you looking for a great rack? Huh? Don't you love a great rack? I know I love a great rack. And that's why when you go to Pallet Rack City, you will have a great rack. And if your warehouse needs great racks, you got to call Eddie right now, 305-887-9212. That's 305-887-9212. Call Eddie right now, your one-stop shop for all of your warehouse needs. They buy and sell new and used pallet racking, largest used racking service or inventory in South Florida, and they also sell used forklifts and dock equipment. Please call Eddie. You got a warehouse, you need it to take the next step. They specialize in knockdowns and installations of your warehouse equipment. They also sell pallet jacks, hand trucks, dock boards, and most packaging supplies. Call Pallet Rack City, 305-887-9212.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
We are rocking. We are rolling.
This is the Big O Show.
It's a beautiful thing. Welcome back. We take you till about 3 o'clock. At 2:30, Andy Baskin from 92.3 The Fan is going to join us at 2:30. We are going to be joined here at 12:30 by George Richards from The Athletic. We'll talk a little bit about the Panthers. They get ready to take on the Lightning. We'll get the latest on what's going on with that. Manny Navarro will stop by at 1 o'clock with our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. So we'll have a little fun with Manny. And then Andy Baskin at 2:30. And then we will then wrap it up here on the program. A lot of things here to talk about on the show. Looking forward to talking to Andy Baskin. Kobe Price from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He reported today in the Sun Sentinel, FAU running backs coach Kevin Smith, the man that helped develop Devin Singletary and helped them average like 285 yards per game. He has left FAU to join Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. So that's quite a loss for FAU because he's done a nice job. He's been there for a couple of years, and the running game has gone really, really well under Kevin Smith. So Kevin now ends up, and I'm wondering if this is the same Kevin Smith that played for the Detroit Lions. He was drafted, I want to say, in the second round. Can you look it up? Look up for me if the Kevin Smith that left FAU to go to Ole Miss, if that's the same Kevin Smith that the Lions drafted, I want to say in the second round. He never did really anything in the NFL. I think he might have gotten injured too. I think he had a couple of injuries, and that kind of like never really allowed him to get on track, if I remember correctly, if that's the kid. I remember a Kevin Smith being drafted by Detroit, man, over 10 years ago, I say, about 10 years ago, something like that. I wonder if that's him. But anyway, that's the news too. So the man Lane Kiffin is loading up over there at Ole Miss.
There is a picture of a number 30 in a Detroit Lion uniform.
Oh, really? For him? Really? Okay, so I was right. Okay. So it's the same Kevin Smith. He went into coaching. Okay. All right. He had a lot of talent, man. It's a shame.
Here, Kevin Smith is a former American football running back. He played college football for the University of Central Florida and received consensus All-American honors.
Yeah, he was good. He was good, man.
Yeah.
He just had a bunch of injuries, if I remember correctly.
Smith was picked by the Detroit Lions
Second
in
round?
the third
Third
round of the 2008 NFL Draft.
2008. Yeah, so I was right 11 years ago.
11, yeah, you're right in the ballpark, man. Says 5 seasons with the Lions.
Yeah, mostly injury-plagued. Injury-plagued 5 seasons, if I remember correctly. Poor kid. He never really got to have a career because he didn't have any good fortune on staying healthy, if I remember correctly. That's what it was.
Product of Miami Southridge High School.
Yeah. So I was right. So he comes back also to, coach in his area. How about that? All right, if you want to get in, 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, 786-322-1105. Dolphin fans, you guys were pretty close yesterday. I mean, the way Eli started, you were like, hey, yeah, Giants are going to win this game. All right, climb the draft, baby.
You know something, though, honestly, with the absolute despising of Dallas, there was no losing yesterday. You know what I mean? Philly wins, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, if the Giants win, the Dolphins win. But, but
more importantly for the Dolphins was the Giants winning.
Of course.
In a way.
Of course.
Really, that's really what matters.
There's a nice consolation prize. Philly's tied with Dallas and could steal that NFC least away from them.
Yeah, but you know what? We really shouldn't worry that much. Dallas takes care of themselves. They just ruin it for
you
themselves.
You are 100% correct.
It's just like you don't really have to root against them. You know what I mean?
Just leave them to themselves. They'll muck it up all by their lonesome.
And by the way, this is a Hoover Dam hat for those of you that are asking. And that's why it says my damn hat. So there you go. That's why, for those of you that are asking about
the fact that there's still concrete curing in the pouring of that dam, I mean, that's nuts, man. The scientific it's just crazy.
But, and no, it's actually what's even more crazy. They don't have air conditioning down there. And what it is they have water that rushes through these holes, and the holes in the wall with the water rushing, it creates wind, and then that's the wind that is underneath the dam and where all the generators are at, because there's 8 generators that power 4 states,
right? And
I don't know if you're going to take the tour when you go because it's $40, but But anyway,
I've seen it. I've seen enough. I know. I've done the history.
You'll be able to walk the outside, but the inside you got to pay to go inside.
I've done enough. I know.
But bro, those generators are the size of buildings.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they are. It is an impressive sight to take.
You got to remember, I worked on the nuke side at Turkey Point, and exactly what you're talking, the little circles. That was the cooling condensers, and that's what we used to go and clean on the nuke side. You'd put these little tubes in, these steel tubes, and with water pressure, power it across to the other tube, and that would clean out that, cooling system. And that's all it was like being in this room. But imagine 3 stories, and this whole wall would just be nothing but a bunch of holes.
Right.
And that's it. And it probably goes about 100 to 150 feet long, and that would be the cooler. Now, when they would clean the generator, the generator was like the size of 3 or 4 houses.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
These things are enormous.
It's ridiculous.
Well, it's powering
the
4
scale.
states.
Exactly.
That's why. But it's an impressive thing for a man-made project. It is just awesome. It really is. And then when you get to go to the Pat Tillman Bridge, that's the newest addition that you get to look down on the Hoover Dam and the whole thing, the one side or the other. It's impressive. So we'll definitely do that. So yeah, I bought this hat there. God, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that.
It's a good-looking hat, man.
Yeah,
it's got the right, the blue, but the orange is the right color.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, not bad. All right, let's do it. We are going to get George Richards on. It is 12:40. George is done. I think he was with the eye doctor now, trying to make sure that eye, he's going to be in net tonight, so he's got to be sharp. He's kicking Bob out today, so he's taking over. And Richards is like, dude, you're stealing money. Let me show you how it's done. But before I do that, let me go check my eyes to make sure, all right? And so that's kind of what he did today. Went to check out the vision so he can get between the pipes and get it going for tonight against the Lightning. That's all. That's what's going to happen. You can follow my man George Richards on Twitter at George Richards. You can catch his exceptional work at The Athletic, and he's always kind enough to join us here on the program to talk a little Okie as the Panthers get ready to take on the Lightning.
We have Mr. Richards for you, sir.
All right, George, so word is that you're kicking Bob out now that you checked your eyes with the doctor and you are 1919, not 2020. You're ready to get between the pipes and stop every shot tonight against the Lightning, correct? I don't know. Do we have him there? Damn. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I'll give him a couple.
There we go. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was your response to being in the net tonight?
Well, I'll give up a couple. I'm not gonna shut out Tampa Bay, bro.
Come on, bro. Yeah, after you were
look at that power play. Look at that power play.
Last night you were sitting there with Bob telling him he sucks, that he can't get it done, that you're better than him. Now you're going to allow a couple goals. What kind of crap is that, bro? How come you're backing away now?
Listen, our conversations that we have it, privately or private, and I'm not going to get into that, Orlando. I'm not. I'm not going to get into what me and Bob talk about in the privacy of our own home. Sorry.
Well, publicly, Bob has stopped about 60 shots in the last 2 games. He's actually playing well here in these last 2 games. Beatable teams and all that good stuff.
Sure.
But still, he had to come in, and he was pretty sharp in the last 2 games, all kidding aside.
Yeah, maybe that reset helped out a little bit, being able to take a couple days off and just get back to work, maybe refocused. I don't know what it was, maybe a kick in the pants kind of thing. He understood. I think, being benched in that first one against Nashville was maybe a little bit of an eye-opener because that was basically Quenneville saying, you know what, we should have gotten 2 points out of Washington and we didn't. And a couple saves here or there, Bob, and we would have gotten the 2 points. How about you set this one out? And then Dreigers, shuts out the Predators, and Bob knew right then and there, I ain't playing on Tuesday. This kid just had his shutout. I'm sitting out again. But that gave him, some time off to really refocus and maybe like a little training camp for him. And he goes through that, and, he looked good this weekend, no doubt about it.
Yeah, he's played better the last 2 games. Have you in talking to him? Because he just seems like a focused dude, but has he given you any insight whatsoever, or has he just been kind of quiet and keeping to himself?
He's been, you know what, he's not, he accepts all the, you know, he knows those stats aren't that great. He knows they aren't. But he also knows that, you know, there are some circumstances surrounding him. You can't be, you know, the goalie that I know you guys want him to stand on his head every single night, and that just doesn't happen over the course of 70 games, which is what he's on pace to play. You know, I mean, it's early in the year. The team's in second place, and he's been a big part of that. The statistics are going to start going up. I mean, we thought that they'd start going up earlier than they have. But you know, we're gonna see Bob, you know, get this thing going. This is a big homestand for him and them, and a big test tonight with Tampa Bay. Coming off a loss last night to the Islanders. So if he can get a win tonight over Tampa Bay, I think they'd be pretty happy with the last couple games.
Now, you said we want him to be Beezer every night or stand on his head, but I need him to be more like Beezer is what I need. I need him. There are moments where he has allowed some, you know, cheesy, greasy, cheap goals.
And so did Beezer in November and October. You know, I mean, you know, you're looking at Beezer against the Philadelphia Flyers in the Eastern Conference, you know, Eastern semifinals. I mean, this is still, you know, October, November, December. I mean, it's still early in the year. He's still playing on a brand new team with brand new players playing a completely different style than the Columbus Blue Jackets play. So, you know, I'm obviously giving him more rope than you guys are, but, you know, I think that he is going to turn it around once things start to really settle in. And look at the way they've been playing defensively. Look at the way they played in front of Dreiger. Look at the way they played in front of him the last two nights. And that's what the Panthers need to be. He can't do it all his own. I know he's the highest paid guy on the team, but he can't do it all by himself. And I think we've seen that in the previous 2 months.
Well, but that's why I guess also there is a high demand for him to perform at a higher level because he's getting paid a boatload of money, and that's where
no doubt about that.
That's where I need to see more special night in and night out. I'm not asking you to be, you know, on your head every single night, but I just wanted you to show up a little bit more than you have already. And look, I get the October stuff. Everybody talked about it, wrote about it, but it kept on in November, and now we're in December. Yeah. And that's where I have to say, okay, the line in the sand has to be drawn. And, yo, dude, you need to, like, take it up another notch. You know what I mean? That's all I'm asking.
Oh, for sure. And here's the thing. Just like, you know, remember when Sasha Barkov couldn't score to save his life, went 12 games without a goal? What happened when he got one? They all started going in. Now he scores, it seems like, every night. Same thing with a goalie. When you give up a greasy one or you give up a bad one on Tuesday night, then you give up another one on Thursday night, it starts getting in your head, and you start giving up those goals. And somehow it's got to stop, and maybe this little reset put an end to it. You know what I mean? So maybe it did get into his head a little bit because I could pick out, you know, the games where you're like, yeah, you know, Bob, they could have won that game had it not been, you know, Bob kind of gave up a couple there that killed them. And a lot of them were recently. I don't think a lot of those games were in October or even early November. I think a lot of those, though, were in the latter parts around the Thanksgiving during that, you know, 3-game losing streak where they didn't get to overtime. I think maybe this reset's going to help him out a little bit.
And George Richards, of course, from The Athletic, joining us here on the program. Are they going to stay with Dreiger here as the backup? Monteballe, is that the plan, that he'll stay down in the minors for the rest of the year, maybe towards the end of the year, bring him up? What's the deal?
They don't have a plan right now, I don't think, as far as looking that far ahead. I think they're just going I think they're just feeling this thing out. You know what I mean? Dreiger came up. I thought that maybe he would be, you know, just here to be the backup to Bob and maybe play in that back-to-back, maybe play against San Jose. And it turns out he gets 2 starts out of nowhere, basically. And they liked what they've seen, you know what I mean? And Montembeault is not setting the world on fire down in the AHL. So they're keeping an eye on things, what's going on here. Chris, what's going on down there with Monty. As far as who will be here in a month, I have no idea which goalie's going to be here because it's going to depend a lot on performance, and it's going to be, it's going to deal a lot with, development because they do want Montembeault to play. They don't want him sitting on the bench for 10 days. But he also needs to go down there to Springfield and perform at the AHL level.
How are they health-wise going into this game tonight?
Everybody's pretty good. I mean, they've got Jace Howerluck is still out with that shoulder injury, but he's been skating, now for about the last week to 10 days. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets sent down to Springfield for a couple games just to get into some game speed, get going on that. Or they throw him in there. I don't know. Jace was really playing well when he suffered that shoulder injury. So I think they'd like to see him maybe get back up to game speed before they get him back in there. But they'd really like to see him in there. I know Quenneville really likes Jace, and we'll see what happens there. But other than that, everybody's good.
Nikita and the boys tonight, explain to the folks what to expect from the Lightning.
Well, I mean, the Lightning are definitely not off to the start they expected. I mean, this is a team that ran away with the President's Trophy last year as the best team in the National Hockey League, ran away with the Atlantic Division, basically, had a playoff spot by the All-Star break. I mean, Tampa Bay last year was, just playing with their hair on fire. And this year, not as well. They beat Florida in the opener. And really have struggled for a lot, to really get things going. I don't know if it's they've changed up their style of play a little bit, trying to be a little more defensive because they know that wide open style that they didn't really translate in the playoffs. They got swept out of the first round by Columbus, and some changes were made. But right now they're on the outside of the playoffs looking in. Last night they lost to the Islanders at home, and now they're coming here to Florida for a back-to-back. And they really need to get their stuff in gear. But in talking to Joel Quenneville today, he's like, don't look at the standings when it comes to Tampa Bay because they're a contender every single night. They're still the team that we that they were last year, and they can open her up on you at any time. So if the Panthers would like to kick this team when they're down. But Tampa Bay is a team with a lot of pride, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Now, let me ask you something. You say, the Lightning need this, right? Cats need it too, dude, because a win tonight, you're 4-2 so far on this homestand in 6 games. That doesn't look too bad. You lose tonight, you're 3-3. You're 500 so far in this enormous homestand that you're supposed to take advantage, and 3-3 is not taking advantage.
Yeah, but again, listen, with Tampa Bay,
I know.
This is a big game, and it's a big game for both. And listen, I don't think teams are scared of Tampa Bay anymore. I think that that Superman S that they were wearing isn't there right now, and I think that the Panthers are definitely not scared of them. They've seen them God knows how many times, back in training camp and preseason, and
Bob shut him down.
The first 2 games of the year.
And Bob shut him down in the playoffs.
Yeah, Florida's not scared of Tampa Bay, and I think that they never have been. But Tampa Bay's been the better team over the last couple years. I don't know if you can say that this year. I mean, Tampa Bay is chasing the Panthers, but again, is that for real, or or things just messed up right now? Or is this bizarro world? I don't know. So we'll find out. We'll find out what happens tonight. Panthers are playing very well, playing with a lot of confidence, and we'll see what happens.
Dude, did you expect Brett Connolly to be this good? Guy's got 14 goals, bro. 14 goals already. That's nuts.
And timely goals too, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
The guy doesn't score when the Panthers are up 4-0 or down 4-0. This guy's scoring big time goals. He's getting in the tough part, just like Quenneville and every other coach in hockey preaches. Get down low, jostle guys a little bit, maybe get your stick on a puck, maybe a rebound. The guy does all the little things right, and also is a very talented player. he scores on breakaways. He scores on greasy goals. I mean, he does it all, and he's always seems like whenever the Panthers need a goal, it's Brett Connolly delivering. So, yeah, I think so far A++ on that signing, eh?
Dude, he's headed for he's on pace for 40 goals, right?
He's on pace for the Hall of Fame, man. Come on. Brett Connolly.
That is
Come on.
awesome. That is
He
awesome.
is, no. He is, yeah. I mean, hey, listen, he's been getting the opportunity that maybe, he was overlooked a little bit in Washington. He was well loved in Washington. He was one of those role guys. And I think he's worked his way into a role here because, everybody down here, when you look at the Florida Panthers, you're talking about offensively, you're talking about Barkov and Huberdeau and Trocheck and Hoffman and da-da-da. Oh, yeah, the guy who happens to be leading the team in goals, Brett Connolly. He's used to that. I mean, he played for the Washington Capitals. He don't care. He's digging this, man. He's digging. All right, just leave me alone. Keep me on the second line, and we'll do what we do.
It'll be fun tonight. We'll be watching, see if the Cats can take down the Lightning, and we'll be, of course, watching George Richards' coverage at The Athletic. Follow him on Twitter at George Richards. George, as always, my brother, kick some ass in the goal tonight and get that W.
All right, I'm working on it. I got to go stretch.
You got it. There you go. George Richards,
Yeah,
man. You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. George Richards, man. Good stuff as always. He's just a great dude overall. And while I'm doing this, I'm also getting pissed. Why? Because I see an article that comes through on my music feed here. It says, after 18 albums and 45 years as a band, Crocus has decided to call it quits. The band recently played their final farewell show at Hallenstadion in Zurich, Switzerland, and have decided to make a round in North America before hanging it up. Crocus will tour from September 18th to October 10th of 2020 and end their career at the Whiskey A Go-Go in West Hollywood.
Well, we've been there, done that.
I want to go.
We even got the T-shirt.
Yeah, no, but I want to go there and do that.
When I saw Crocus,
we always said Zurich is our last show for Europe, but USA, Canada, and Mexico want some adios too. That's why we will do an encore in 2020. We think our fans deserve that. They cannot all fly to Europe. So September 18th, they're in Dallas. For those of you watching, September 19th.
They're not coming here, right?
No,
of
I
course
know
not.
that. That's why I told you. That's why I told you I'm pissed. San Antonio on the 19th of September. September 22nd, Silver Springs, Maryland in the Fillmore. September 23rd, Philadelphia, Theater of Living Arts. September 25th, New York in the Gramercy Theater. 26th, Worcester in Mass in the Palladium. September 29th, Toronto in the Mod Club. September 30th, Westland in Michigan in the Token Lounge. Actually, that's Missouri. Cleveland, Ohio, the Agora Ballroom. We used to have one here. October 3rd, they're at Joliet in Illinois in the Forge. Denver, October 5th, Herman's Hideaway. October 8th, Seattle, Washington, El Corazon. And then October 10th, West Hollywood, California at the Whiskey A Go-Go. How about that? So there you go. If you're a Crocus fan, you get to see one of those. So either I travel September 25th to New York to see him at the Gramercy Theater, because New York is never really an expensive flight. There's so many flights to New York, you can get a
So you're going to
cheap.
do an up and back.
Yeah.
Fly, go see the show, get back on a plane and fly home.
What is the 25th? Is it a weekend? Is it a weekday? Look it up for me. What's September 25th?
Next year?
Yeah, September 25th, New York. Tell me. Gramercy Theater. I've never been to the Gramercy Theater, so that gives me an opportunity to go somewhere where I've never been.
That'd be a Friday night, sir.
Oh, that's perfect, dude. That's perfect. Fly in Friday morning, see Crocus, and fly out Sunday. And that's it. And there might even be another concert at that time, that weekend. Maybe Saturday night I can see it.
The Yankees might be playing The end of September, maybe against the Red Sox. Don't make that face. They may be playing the Red Sox. You want to go to Yankee Red Sox, bro?
No.
Seriously?
Not important for me.
Wow.
I mean, I'll
Yankees,
go.
Red Sox.
I'll go.
Come
but
on, man.
I'll go, but it's not important to me.
Yeah. Well,
maybe the Dolphins are playing the Jets or the Giants.
You know what?
No, not the Giants because they're playing
maybe
this
the
year.
Canes are doing something in their
New York.
Not Syracuse.
That's not New York.
Syracuse, New York.
Oh, that's a long-ass
Okay.
drive, dude. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to Syracuse. And plus, the
have
Canes,
these they have
the
these things
Canes,
called
it won't be
planes.
anything special next. I ain't driving to Syracuse
Dude, don't
for
say
that Canes team.
Don't say that they're not going to be special.
They're not.
Think
Next year, they don't even know if they have a quarterback. Van Dyke kid better come in and kick some ass. That's what better happen. No, seriously, I'm either going to September 25th in New York for the Gramercy Theater. I haven't seen these guys since the 80s.
The last time I saw them, they opened up for Def Leppard Pyromania.
The 3 places I want to go, or 4, would be New York on the 25th, the 5th of October in Denver, the 8th of October in Seattle, or the 10th in West Hollywood, California. Those are the 4 places that I would like to go.
Don't you kind of...
But New York would be actually the most affordable one out of the 3.
Don't you need to tie it with something, man, just to do all that effort to see Crocus?
I know. That's why I want to go to New York.
Okay. I was going to say, you get, like, all that effort for
Crocus.
LA.
If I go to LA, I go for the week.
Well, LA.
No, I won't go for a weekend. I will go for the week.
You'd have a whole compilation of...
Yes.
Shows.
And you know there'll be all kinds of shows in LA.
Of course.
Yeah, so
that's what they do.
That's really where I would like to go. Because come on, bro, it's the last concert ever for them.
I can remember
like, they close out their. A lot of people are like, Crocus. What the hell is that?
I can remember when you pointed out, because it was like, where do you think the best city is to have concerts, but and have a plethora of them at your disposal? Vegas. Nope, wrong.
Yeah.
It's Los Angeles area, man.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
Yes, always love it. They pack it in over there, bro. You can, when you go to LA, you know you're going to see all kinds of shows. All right, we got another hour down to go. At Manny Navarro will join us. Yes, will join us. Our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report with Manny Navarro is next.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
We are ready to rock.
Show.
And I told you we're going to do our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. We do it every week at 1 o'clock right here with the legend that is Manny Navarro from The Athletic. And, of course, go visit Caneswear, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. They've got all kinds of Caneswear stuff. That's why it's called Caneswear. Miami Heat, Miami Dolphins. They've got the Florida Panthers. They've got Inter Miami. And they even squeezed in a little Miami Marlins. I think there's like one shirt in the corner somewhere. No, actually, they've got shirts and jerseys and hats and all that stuff. So go see Brett and all the amazing people there at Caneswear, man. And they've ordered 2,000 of those Inter Miami jerseys. So when they come out, they're going to be your headquarters for that. It's all about the U. And you can follow my man Manny at Manny_Navarro. And he is pumped up about Shreveport. Yeah, baby. Shreveport. Yeah. Have you already like scouted all the bars? You know where they're at? You know, the one bar or something, I think, not bars, one bar or something.
They got a casino. Oh, I know that. They got a casino. That's about the extent of it. And they got, I've never been to that Walk-On's restaurant, but they keep telling me it's good. We'll have to see when I go out there.
Well, I told Dave Furones the story yesterday, and I'll say it again. I'm driving to Dallas for the Super Bowl from Mobile, so I went through Shreveport. So Brandon, you remember my producer Brandon Rodriguez? He's hungry, right? So he goes, "Hey man, can we stop at this Sonic to eat?" And I go, "Yeah, all right, let's stop." So we pull into the drive-thru. We're in Shreveport, Louisiana, mind you. Remember that, Shreveport, Louisiana. We pull up to the drive-thru, we order, we get to the window, and there's an Asian dude about, to take my money. I look at his name tag, and his name is Bruce Lee. Boom.
Bruce Lee?
Yes.
That's where he's been hiding all these years.
That's right, bro. You thought he was dead? He's serving you Sonics in Shreveport. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing, bro. I took a picture of him. I say, "Hey, can I take a picture?" He goes, "Happens all the time." And I go, "Yeah, bro. Who the hell's going to run into an Asian dude named Bruce Lee in Shreveport, Louisiana?" And he started laughing, Come on, man. That's just awesome. So just in case, if you go now to Shreveport, if you go to the Sonics that's like, it's close to that university that's got purple in it. I don't know what the hell the name of the university is.
Right.
That Sonics, just tell me if the Asian dude is still working there, whatever it is, 5-8 years later.
I'm going to just walk in there and ask for Bruce.
Ask for Bruce. Simple. That's it. Tell him, yo, where's Enter the Dragon? Where is he? Right now. Let's go for it. All right, brother. So talk to me. The reaction of getting Shreveport, is this a positive? Is this a negative? By the way, do they even make money from a bowl game like this, or do they lose money by going to this bowl game?
Well, it's my understanding the ACC. I mean, all of this money ends up sort of being split between all of the teams in the conference, wherever the ACC goes. So I think they've got 10, 11 teams in bowl games this year.
Oh, okay, I see. All right.
So in the end, it kind of goes into a pot, and everybody gets a piece of it or gets a percentage of it. So. Yeah, I mean, in the end, that's what conferences with these agreements and bowl agreements are all about. It's just sharing the wealth. So they'll make money no matter what off of going this game. The bigger thing is I don't think it really matters if they win or lose, because I'm pretty sure that if they finish 7-6 or 6-7, we're all still going to be sitting here saying, but they lost to FIU.
Right.
So to me, it's kind of I know people are like, well, you got to win. You don't want to finish 6-7. I don't see any difference in win or loss in this game, and I hope that leads to seeing some young guys who are going to be counted on in 2020. I'd rather see those guys play.
Well, that's kind of the whole thing this year too, right? There were some 4 or 5-star guys that they couldn't find a way to get them on the field.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah, Lorenzo Lingard. I mean, he comes in for 2 plays against Duke. He's in the backfield and he's out there blocking. I think the game before that, when I saw him, I don't know if it was Virginia. Was one of those games in the middle of the season where he's out there on kickoffs and he's out there blocking. Look, he was coming back from injury. I understand the coaches wanted to be cautious with him. They didn't want him to get hurt. But to me, he could have gotten hurt running up and down on kickoff coverage or blocking in the backfield. So what's the point? If you have him in the game, play him. Give him a few carries. Let's see what he can do. And I think my understanding is he'll be healthy enough in this game to play a role. I know Cam Harris is coming back from a knee injury. Navon Donaldson's going to miss the game. Navon Donaldson might miss the beginning of the 2020 season as well. By the way, I know it's a pretty bad knee injury from what I've heard. And then you'll have some other guys back. John Campbell will probably be your starting left guard. You'll get a chance to see him play a full game and not just backup minutes for Donaldson. And then you'll have the Jafari Harvey kid, the freshman defensive end. He'll play a lot because John Garvin and Trevon Hill are gone. So you're going to see some young guys for sure get some PT in this game. And I know Miami's listed as a 7.5 point favorite, but this Louisiana Tech team, the starting quarterback, the whole offense, they're all redshirt juniors or seniors. So they're going to be playing a veteran team that's playing an hour away from home, that is completely motivated to want to beat the University of Miami. So I would not be surprised if the Canes do not win this bowl game.
Let me ask you something. Have you been able to talk to Trevon? Because it's interesting. He's not going to play in the bowl game, but I would imagine I'm going to see him in Mobile for the week, correct?
Yeah, that's the plan. I think Trevon was just of the idea that he's got to focus on his pro career now. Let's face it, he graduated from Virginia Tech. I don't know what kind of classes he was taking at Miami, but once you graduate from and get your degree, I'm sure he wasn't very motivated to show up for whatever classes he was taking at Miami if he was doing anything at all. So it's one of those deals now where, he's got an agent that's talking to him in his ear and telling him, hey, prepare for the Senior Bowl. That's going to count a lot more than playing in a really bad bowl game.
Okay, we just talked about Lingard. Is there a part of Trevon that's like, well, they didn't use me right here either. I'm done with these guys. Let me move on. Screw them. I'm just going to worry about myself. You think there's any of that lingering?
No, I don't think that's it at all. I didn't get that sense from him during the season when we got a chance to talk to him. And, we exchanged some messages on Twitter after he announced the whole thing about, turning pro. And my understanding is, he liked his time at Miami and just ready. I mean, look, these guys, the graduate transfers, this is the way it's supposed to go. When you get a graduate transfer, this is what the transfer portal's for. You get a senior who comes in, gives you one season, he's part of the rotation, and he helps out. And that's it, And Miami just took too many guys in the transfer portal this year that didn't pan out. That we all thought, well, they're getting Tate Martell and Asa Martin and Tommy Kennedy, the offensive lineman, and some of those guys didn't play at all. I mean, really, when you look at the transfer portal, we made such a big deal about it in the preseason, right? Like, oh my God, man, he's the king of the transfer portal. Well, go back and look at it now. I mean, Chigozie Naruka, the defensive tackle from UCLA, he didn't really play that much. He was a very low-end rotational player, defensive tackle. Outside of KJ Osborne, Trevon Hill, and Bubba Bolden. It really didn't work out for Miami the way that they wanted to. And in the end, Bolden, it's unfortunate Bolden got hurt. But he's probably going to be the biggest deal in this whole thing because I can see him being a starter next year and being really, really good.
Manny Navarro, of course, with our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Go to 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Go see Brett and all the great people there at Caneswear. Manny, what happens with the coaching staff? I know people have been talking about it. I know Manny has kind of stayed away from it. What's your gut tell you? What's your reporting tell you? What do you think? Do they stay status quo, or is he going to make any changes, especially on the offensive side?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I know Manny's avoided it. Yesterday was the first time we got him on the phone since the Duke game, and he basically said, listen, I'm only focused on recruiting right now, and then it's the bowl game, and then we'll talk about, changes in philosophy, changes in the coaching staff. So he's tabling it for after the bowl game, which is smart because you got to still recruit, right? You still have those coaches out on the road. You don't want them to look like dead men walking as they're recruiting. So, I think there'll probably be some changes. I think there'll probably be some conversations about Stubblefield, the wide receivers coach. I'm not saying he's going to get fired, but I think there'll certainly be conversations. I mean, look, they just lost 2 4-star commitments in the 21 class. Those guys at times this season underperformed. Jeff Thomas really didn't have a great season. And you didn't really see consistent play out of that position. And, Stubblefield is one of Dan Enos' guys. He's one of the 2 guys that were part of Enos' staff before at Central Michigan, Butch Berry being the other guy. But I don't see Manny Diaz making any major changes outside of maybe an assistant coach or two, or telling a guy, hey, why don't you go get a job somewhere else, or I don't want to fire you. Let's make this look the right way. So I expect that the same staff will be back. There may be some conversations with Enos as far as tweaks that need to be made in terms of do we do less RPO, less play action because our offensive line isn't good enough to hold and give our quarterback protection. But I think people can't forget. This is a really young, a really bad offensive line, and I think the receiver position, really, when you look at it, grand scheme of things, they really disappointed this year. There were so many games where you just kept wondering why aren't guys open, and especially the Duke game, they looked really bad where nobody was getting open other than Will Mallory in the middle of the field. So, I think something obviously has to be done. There will be some changes made. There will be adjustments made, but as far as firing coaches and all that kind of stuff, I don't think there's going to be major changes.
How about on defense? Because he had to kind of interact there and interject and kind of take over on defense. So clearly the guys that took over weren't doing a good enough job and weren't delivering the message that the coach has to then do it. So what happens on defense, my brother?
Good question. Obviously Blake Baker, he needed Manny to step in and help get attention of some of those seniors at the linebacker position. To me, that's where I saw the issue. As soon as Manny got involved, all of a sudden Shaq Quarterman started to play better and Michael Pinkney started to play better. And it was more of a deal where, those guys maybe weren't listening to Blake Baker the way they should. And Manny had to interject. But in the end, you look at the numbers the defense put up, finishing in the top 20 in sacks, tackles for loss, total defense. Manny's not going to fire Blake Baker for, after a season like that. Obviously, there were breakdowns in coverage, some mistakes made with a young secondary, but they can always turn around and just say, look, we had 3 new starters back there, and we had some guys that got hurt. We lost Bubba Bolden in the FSU game. But there's excuses for them to sort of say there's no reason to make any changes. I thought, in terms of player development, obviously you saw some guys improve on defense. Obviously Gregory Rousseau took a big step forward at defensive end. I thought Todd Stroud had a good year developing some guys, and all we've heard about is how great those 3, freshman defensive tackles are. So, I don't think there's going to be any changes on the defensive end, but you never know. Again, it could be one of those deals where a guy just decides, hey, I want to go coach somewhere else, or I got a better offer elsewhere. Let's not forget, one thing I will say, beginning of the season, Ephraim Banda was sort of made assistant head coach. He's a safeties coach. And I think he probably had his eye on the defensive coordinator job, and he essentially got passed over when they went out and got Blake Baker. So I don't know if maybe Banda, but I don't get that sense because these guys are so into selling They've been Manny's guys. They're loyal guys. I don't think Manny's going to make any changes on that side of the ball. I think if there are changes, it'll probably be offense.
All right. There's been some talk about, somebody brought up Alonzo Highsmith on the show, that there's some rumored about Zoe going to the University of Miami. Is there any truth? And if there is any truth to it, what kind of a position are we talking about?
Well, I think the idea has been floated out there by the media, certainly on message boards, about bringing Alonzo in to be sort of an overseer of the football program, kind of like the general manager of the football program. I will say this. Alonzo Highsmith loves the University of Miami. He's got a deep passion for them. He's a Miami native, comes back all the time. Seen him in South Florida at various points throughout the season. But I don't think Alonzo Highsmith would leave his position with the Cleveland Browns unless there's going to be some changes with the Cleveland Browns, because let's not forget they had a pretty bad season.
Yes.
I think the only way Alonzo leaves and comes to UM is if he's pushed out of Cleveland. That's what I'll say about that.
Okay. All right. So that there's nothing to it, in other words. Okay. That's just so.
Yeah, there may be some.
It's just silliness of fans on the message boards. That's what it is. Really. That's what it was.
I think there can always be preliminary conversations, but if you ask me, I think Alonzo has spent a lot of time in the NFL
and no time in college. By the way, no time in college.
Right. No time in college. And while he understands some of the hurdles that Miami has, if he's going to come in here and basically be Manny Diaz's boss, what does that mean for Blake James? What does that, this would have to be some sort of major structural change. And I would think that Alonzo Highsmith would come in and want to make coaching changes. So, again, those are all conversations that could be happening in the background, and maybe he's semi-interested. But, again, my feeling has always been that Alonzo wants to be in the NFL, likes being in the NFL, and likes his position with the Cleveland Browns, and that's his first choice.
I'm with you. And, of course, you can follow Manny Navarro on Twitter like I and so many others do. At Manny_Navarro. Catch his work there at The Athletic, as always, getting it done. Manny, what are you working on right now at The Athletic so folks can check it out?
Well, we all know the early signing period is next Wednesday. So a week away from signing day, Miami's got the 15th ranked recruiting class. Manny Diaz has been busy. He was in California Sunday night to meet with Justin Flo, the number one linebacker in the country. Monday, he was meeting with the number one tight end in the country, Darnell Washington, and now he's going to finish out the week visiting with other recruits that Miami's chasing after. Miami's got one more official visit weekend this weekend, and most of those guys are long-time commitments that are all just kind of coming, which has been tradition. The last official visit weekend where all the commits come together and basically hang out and get to know each other really well before signing and then arriving in January. So I'll have a story, a recruiting tracker type story, updating people on what's sort of going on here with a week to go before signing day. I have a feature story, from my time in the Northeast last week. I actually went and sat down with Tyler Van Dyke, the 4-star quarterback recruit that's a part of this class. It could be Jared Williams' replacement. I spent the day at his high school, which, by the way, he went to the same high school as Christian Wilkins, the Dolphins' first-round pick at Suffield Academy. And his high school coach not only coached Christian Wilkins, but also Brian Belichick played at that school. So cool little feature story I'll do on Tyler.
Brian Belichick played at that school?
Yeah.
All right, so do they cheat there too?
Well,
I got to ask, bro. I got to ask. You can't just bring up Belichick and me not ask it, bro. I just can't allow that to slide.
Well,
now, did you catch the kid with a camera is what I need to know.
As far as I know, I didn't see any cheating, man. Again, there was about a foot of snow on the ground, so the football field was covered, and we didn't go out to see if there were cameras like on the goalpost or behind the visiting behind the visiting bench. But no, I did notice a photo of Bill Belichick standing there in the coach's office with the coach and his son. But again, I mean, look, Tyler Van Dyke's an interesting kid. Throws a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, really strong arm, throws the ball about 60, 70 yards downfield. He's got that kind of arm strength. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can come in this spring and really compete for the starting job. So I'll have a story on him, and I'll have a story on one of the two linebacker recruits currently committed, Tyreek Austin Cave, who he was in his playoff game. Jonathan Packey was actually on the sideline, Miami's linebackers coach, when a shooting broke out. A 10-year-old boy was killed, and so I have a story on that as well, and just about Tyreek and everything else. So there's a lot of interesting stuff that'll be coming here in the next week or so.
Follow him on Twitter, Manny_Navarro, and it's a must. Subscribe to The Athletic. Get all the insight there. Manny, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time.
Thanks for having me on, O.
You got it. Oh, it's our pleasure, man. Thank you. Yeah! You film it. So a Belichick was there, huh? Filming that stuff. That's what he was doing. Anyway, if you all want to get in, it's really simple on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. It's 786-322-1105. So there you go. The Alonzo Highsmith part of the story is bogus. It's just silly-ass fans that are throwing out stuff on stupid-ass message boards. That's it. They don't create any news. They don't do anything, but they do come up with a bunch of crap. And that's why it was just one of those things. Alonzo's never done anything in college. You guys realize that, right? Like, he's never worked in college. That's not his thing. He's an NFL guy. Why would he go to the University of Miami when he doesn't know squat about recruiting, doesn't have any connections in recruiting? He would have to learn everything now. And I love Zoe, but I want him for the Dolphins because he's an NFL guy, not a college guy. It's just fans come up with some silly ass stuff, man.
People don't realize that the difference between
Marino should be GM. Marino doesn't want to be a GM, dude.
No.
It's just fans come up with this silly ass stuff, and they're just unrealistic most of the time, and that's why the blind ass fan was created. Let's see. What do we have here? Carlos says, have you heard Raul from Hialeah on Manny's podcast? I have no idea who he is. Remember to ask about Highsmith. I did already. Joliet, here I come. Oh, so one guy's going to go see Crocus at Joliet. Nice job by you, sir. Marco is going to do that. Let's see. What else do we have here? Big O, if the Finns have 2 first-round picks or 3 first-round picks, they can afford to pay all 3 and keep it under the rookie cap? I don't know. Confused. Oh, no, you can. If you hit on all 3, it'll be a mission because it all depends on the positions that they're playing. Where do they line up when you sign up those contracts? Are all 3, top 5 in their position? Then you're paying a lot of money. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you don't want to get to a point where you have too many guys because remember, if you happen to hit on all your first and second round picks, you're probably not going to be able to re-sign them, and your compensatory pick will not be a first or second rounder. It doesn't go any higher than third. You understand? So then that becomes a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Sign and trade.
Yeah, it's just, no, you can't because you have to give them a signing bonus. And then when you trade them, it accelerates into your cap. It's not that simple,
so
bro.
You're going to get
It's not that
slammed.
simple. Things are.
You know what, though? We just saw Dallas kind of run this little gauntlet. They're not done because Dak
and
is
they're
still,
gonna
Dak and
lose.
Cooper. Dak
No,
and
and
Cooper's-
Jones. They have their DB Jones, who's a stud. They're going to lose him next year because they have to pay Dak.
Somebody's got to be the odd man out.
Yeah, you're going to lose somebody, and then you won't get the compensatory pick that goes where you drafted him, and that's the problem. Now, if you drafted him 3rd, 4th round, then you'll get your compensatory pick back, and you're good. At least, if you're good enough to draft, you'll try to find another guy there. But if you don't, you're going to get a lesser pick, and so that's why you got to be careful, man. It's not as easy as you make it sound. Hey, Alonzo Highsmith will leave the NFL and start anew in college so he can correct our problems at the University of Miami. That's fan crap. Dan Marino will be GM. Dan Marino was GM for 5 hours at the Senior Bowl and ran the other way when he realized, holy crap, no. I'm not doing this. Because he's not. Dan's got a life, bro. Dan's not going to be an idiot and take a GM job and have no life and never see his family.
He wants
not
to
play any golf and all that.
He wants to do isotoner glove commercials.
Yeah.
Wants to show up once in a while and have to make a comment and
That's
play
it.
golf.
Yeah, play golf, be the face of the franchise, go by the facility, give the quarterback some advice, stop in by the film room. Hey, Dan, what are your thoughts? Boom, boom, boom. I'm off to lunch. I'm off to go get the back nine. I'm off to go hang out with a sponsor. I'm off to make some money. Screw you guys. That's what Dan is, bro. Dan's a stud. He doesn't need this crap. It's like you're Dan Marino. Why would you want to be the GM anyway? There's a good chance you're going to fail, and all you're going to do is bring misery to yourself, right? You're Mark Cuban. You're Oprah Winfrey. You're trying to think of somebody else that's really got it made. Trying to think of a trifecta of a person that's in the spotlight and has got just a great Tom Hanks. Okay? You're Tom Hanks, you're Oprah Winfrey, and you're Mark Cuban. You know what I mean by all three of those? All three of those could win the presidency. Okay? Now, all three of them would be monster morons for trying to be president. That's what I mean. Because all they're going to do is bring misery to themselves. There's a good chance all you'll do is fail in that job. You know what I mean? It's not. It's fun that fans come up with this garbage. Oh, Alonzo Highsmith, save our Canes. No, you got to go find somebody that runs it in college football that knows their crap. Okay, and Dan Marino doesn't know his stuff either. Right? He didn't grow up in doing this. He just played the game. That's not good enough. He didn't work at it in personnel. None of that. Hell, Elway worked at it. He started in the Arena League, learning the game, learning the business, and then worked his way up to the NFL, learned everything, and then took over. Some people just, hey, no, here's the job, Dan. Never done it, don't know anything about it, but here you go. You're going to do everything. It's just silly-ass crap that fans come up with. And I every time that's come up, I've shot it down, and I've laughed at it because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to want Marino. It's ridiculous to expect Marino, and it's actually ridiculous to think Marino can do the job when he's never been trained for it. And then all those people clamoring for Marino, a year from now, they would be killing him, frying him at the stake.
This is easy and easy to say. College is way more involved than the pro game because of the boosters, the recruiting,
it's year-round.
all of it.
All of it. It's terrible. It's terrible. And all the rules that you have to follow. And you have to,
yes.
my Lord,
Didn't
you have
even
to be
think,
on
yeah.
oh, man, you got to watch everybody.
Are they meeting with their counselors?
Dude, you're babysitting 90 dudes.
Yes.
You're babysitting 90 dudes.
They're maintaining their grades. Are they going to class?
Do you think Alonzo Highsmith wants to do that garbage? That's why he works with men.
Right.
He doesn't want to work with kids.
Yeah.
That's all. And that's
And
why
that's
that's why Marino
90 of them.
And that's why Marino worked in CBS and is golfing and is hanging out and has got a great tan and looks happy because he doesn't want to be a GM, dude. It's funny. It's funny. Let me be a great fan. Let me get one of the greatest players of all time who's got a great reputation, made a great run for us as Dolphin fans, but let's ruin his life by putting him at the general manager spot. So all he can do is be aggravated, and then all we're going to do is, after loving Dan, now we're going to, Dan was a great player, but boy, he sucked as a GM. And it's like, come on, man. That's all we were going to do to Dan. That's it. That's exactly what we were going to do. Yeah, Dan's great, but, boy, he sucked as a GM. And we're going to bury him as a GM. It's just crazy. I don't want Dan Marino anywhere near that job. I don't want Alonzo Highsmith anywhere near the University of Miami. Neither one is qualified. Neither one is prepared. Neither one's done it. And they both will probably fail miserably. Oh, and by the way, neither one want it. But no, let's just force the square peg in the round hole. Alonzo Highsmith to the University of Miami. That's the kind of stuff that just makes you laugh. What can I tell you? Just kind of like the people that are hanging on right now with number 17 in Tennessee, and they're falling for it once again, which is just absolutely classic. All right, the accidentlawfirm.com text line is 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. 1105. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show, and Instagram, Big O Radio Show. The Crocus weekend might be around the time the Finns are on the West Coast trip, 49ers Raiders. Well, that's why. And the other thing is, I already have this thing with my wife, okay? Like, she's trained, okay? Not that she's a lapdog or anything like that, but it's habitual. Let's put it that way. And Bill knows it. When I go west, I go for a week. I don't go for a weekend. I can't stand going out there for a couple days. I did it this past year in February because a buddy of mine wasn't going to be able to see Kiss. So he wanted to go out west and see them, And so we went to Los Angeles. We went to Vegas and Los Angeles on back-to-back nights and then flew back.
Most people know who he is.
No, but I'm not going to say that. But anyway, so what's it called? We went to the concert and then we flew back. You know what I mean? And I hated that. I like going out west, whether it's Vegas or L.A., and I stay for a week. Screw that, dude. I don't want to go out west, the 3-hour change and all that and the travel, and then you come back 2 days later and you're all screwed up. You're going to be all screwed up anyway, but if you stay there for a week, you get to kind of enjoy. There's lots of things to do, and then you come back. And so you worked, and then you did a little fun, too. You know, that's kind of how – that's my MO in life. I work like an animal, but, man, I'm going to party, too. I'm going to have some fun. I got to have some fun. And while I'm working, while I'm having fun, I can work 24 hours, 7 days a week, but I will actually sprinkle in fun along the way. Got to have it. So I got to go out for a week. So if I go to Crocus, I can tell the wife, I'm going to L.A. She's already going to know, oh, okay, you're going for a week. That's it. She gets the philosophy because she knows I'm a concert freak, right? And this moron here, my best friend that's going to go with me, knows that if we're going to go out there, I'm going to see a concert every day probably. Every day. 6 out of the 7 days, I bet you, we'll go to a concert. So you might be right. We might be able to go to a bunch of concerts, and we might be able to catch the Miami Dolphins play the San Francisco 49ers, or they can play the Las Vegas Raiders.
Well, the last time we were out there, we incorporated a Dodgers game and a Padres game.
That's
if
right.
You remember?
That's right.
Because there was
we saw the guy from the Mets throw like 10 strikeouts. The guy with the long hair. What's his name? Damn it. Oh, that pit. You know the pitcher, the one,
Yes.
the
The
dirty
one,
blonde hair. I forgot his name now.
Ska-
I forgot his name now. Now I'm brain farting. It'll come to me. Anyway, go ahead. What were you saying?
I'll tell you what. Going down to the Padres,
I
San
think
Diego's.
didn't we do 5 concerts and 2 games?
Yes, that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, we did 5 concerts and 2 games that in a week.
No, it was 8 days.
Oh well, yeah,
8 days.
Okay, 5 concerts and two baseball games. It's a beautiful thing. So yeah, definitely. So I would love that. I would love for the Dolphins to be out there during that time that we go see Crocus, because I want to go out there anyway.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. We're gonna do the MetLife Takeover next year, and we're gonna do the Las Vegas Raiders game because we're already have our connections and our routine established in April, so we'll be ready for the second go around. I'm sure Tommy will welcome us with open arms.
What about the San Francisco game?
Yeah. Well, that's where we go visit NorCal, hang out with NorCal, and then we go to the San Francisco game with NorCal. That's what we do.
And
Drive over, fly over, whatever.
Here, let me throw this. If we're playing the Raiders, right?
Yes.
We're probably playing the West Coast. That would incorporate the Denver. And obviously Crocus is in Denver. So somewhere between one of these Dolphin games, hopefully the Crocus will cross paths.
Yeah, maybe.
And we'll be able to kill 2 in 1.
Okay. I can go with that. I got no problem with that. That would be fantastic.
The other thing that's kind of cool is you also have baseball season involved. So wherever we're at, we may be able to go catch a game and get a stadium under our belt, get a stadium in the check box, that we've been there, done that.
Right. No, I'm with you. Hearing the Shula soundbite brings back great memories. I miss that man. Well, you are welcome, sir. I am glad that I can play a little Shula soundbites for you. We can. The one good thing is we'll be able to bring out some of the classic soundbites on this show. That's for sure. Let me tell you about Toyota of Hollywood, because Steve Ostrov would be pissed if I didn't tell you about Toyota of Hollywood, the official #1 Toyota dealership, the best in the world. There is no better Toyota dealership, and they've got the model changeover event going on right now, and they've got over 1,500 Toyotas in stock, which is a beautiful thing. You got to go check it out, man. It's a ginormous lot. I mean, it is enormous. I've never seen a bigger lot for cars, and they've got like this it seems like it's 10 stories of a garage full of cars. That way you can pick the model you want, the car you want, the color you want, the style you want, but more importantly, the price you want. And right now, folks, they've got all kinds of great deals, 50% less. Get on down to the model year changeover event. You take advantage, and they're open till midnight, so they're ready to make deals at 1841 North State Road 7, just a couple blocks south of that big, beautiful guitar on the Turnpike.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock. Andy Baskin is going to join us from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. He'll join us at 2:30. So we kind of have open segments here till about 2:30, talking a little sports with you guys. You can send in any questions, any comments. I got some things that I definitely want to talk about and get to. Remember, we had NorCal on yesterday, Mark. And if you want to join us in Vegas for the draft and what's going to be the best Dolphin weekend in the last 20 years, reach out. It's on our Twitter page. The link is there. Remember, they are gouging for hotel rooms, and NorCal's got some group rates, and you can stay with us in the same hotel, and it'll be like a Dolphin hotel. It'll be dominated by aqua and orange, so reach out to NorCal. The link is there on our Twitter page, so make sure you check that out. Ozzy Osbourne's Under the Graveyard is the #1 song in America's rock radio charts right now, according to Kerrang. How about that? I like that. That's pretty cool. Pretty interesting that Ozzy gets back after the struggles and the fall, and he's got the new music out, and it's actually being successful for him. You know Roxette, that band, You've Got the Look? Remember that song? Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Fredrickson family. The lead singer, Marie Fredrickson, has passed away at the age of 61 due to that disgusting word, cancer, which, man, we never get a break, right? We got to solve that one day. We got to find that cure, man. Everybody's been touched by that word in a negative way. Obviously. That's for damn sure. All right, we got a lot of things to talk about. Ooh, you know what I got? I got to apologize. Yesterday, I was talking about some of the exciting basketball games. To say, Kings Rockets isn't going to be really an exciting game. And, dude, the Kings won 119-118. The Belita or whatever. He's still available in our league because of the injuries. They think that eventually he'll lose his playing time once they get healthy there.
He was way out there, man.
33-foot three-pointer, dude. And he gave them the 119-118 win. Westbrook with the drive with the second left says game over, game over,
yeah,
all that
I love
stuff.
that. I love it.
But the problem is you guys got to learn how to play defense, bro. I mean, you got to do better than that.
Wait a minute.
Put a hand in the guy's face at least, and don't let him. You're going to give him a clear shot nowadays.
This is in 82 games of an All-Star game?
Yeah, that's basically the way they play. That's the way they play. But, I mean, he hits that 33-footer, and I got to tell you. And yesterday, the Rockets, their protest got denied. Remember with the San Antonio game that they will not replay the game from the 7-minute mark and on, and that would have been a disaster. So many different implications that come from that one. Can you imagine if Vegas had paid out that ticket? I wonder if since it's under protest, I wonder if Vegas holds out on paying that ticket until the protest is done. I wonder if there's a rule. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm a mini degenerate, not a maximum degenerate. So anybody out there that really knows how Vegas would handle, that's it. Because if you win and then they got to call it back, it's not like you're going to go back to the casino and say, oh, here's your money back. Let's wait till the game's over again.
When did the protest go into? It was a day or two later, right, when it was filed? So, like, if you're standing there with your game-winning ticket, you walk up to the window. Do they tell you, there's the potential of a protest. We can't pay you out right now.
Well, they do that in horse racing, right? When there's
hold your ticket until
right?
we have final from the steward.
A huge crane collapsed on a university building today as Britain was battered by monster 80-mile-an-hour winds. The crane appeared to snap in half as it crashed at the Kingston University Parolin Road campus development around 4:30 p.m. And it shows the crane down. Damn. I saw that in the Twitter breaking there, and
You know, that's what my dad, operating engineer, and I mean.
Yeah, but there's nobody there because there's 80-mile-an-hour winds. They're not going to send your ass.
Oh,
up
no,
there.
no. Actually, I could tell you, like, the gantry cranes on the dock, once winds hit, once they go to 39, 40 miles per hour, that's
done.
it. Get out, get down.
Of course.
Job is shut.
Of course. And I'm sure they saw the storm coming and like, hey, get the hell out, and you're done, and you're over. Officials are responding to a shooting situation in Jersey City, New Jersey, in Hudson County. So there you go. You got that also breaking. I'm seeing on the wire. But my apologies to the Kings and the Rockets. That became actually an entertaining game last night. And then the Rockets also found out that their protest was denied. So you've got that. Oh, and at the end of the game, Kings Twitter posted, "Protest this." Off the shot. You got to love that. Steven Strasburg signs a 7-year, $245 million. He's had all those injuries. This all sounds well and good because he's a monster, he's a horse and all that, and he was great in the World Series, but he's been so injury prone. And I get it, this is your guy and all that, so you pay him the money, but it's just something tells me that the next 7 years aren't going to be that smooth, and that contract isn't going to necessarily be embraced the way it is right now because everything is rosy. You won the World Series and you look great. But it's just that man is awesome. I mean, he's a great talent. We all know it. But he has had his share of injuries, which is pretty amazing. Garrett Cole is going to crush that contract in the next couple days, week, or whatever it is. When Garrett signs his deal, it'll be 300 plus, and that'll be interesting to see who's the team that ends up signing Garrett.
Yankees,
to that
please.
Monster deal.
Yeah, he's going to shatter.
There's only a couple. There's only a couple teams that can pay it, but they're definitely going to be lined up to sign
easily
that guy.
300, right?
Oh yeah, easy. No doubt.
It's crazy, man.
No doubt. Yeah. The other thing I saw, Pacers game and the Clippers last night, watching some basketball. So I got to tell you, I watched the football game, but it was coma-inducing. Really, seriously. I mean, the league is so mediocre. I love the NFL. I love college
Not
football.
mediocre.
I love football.
It's parody,
Yeah, exactly.
It's parody.
It's so bad. It is a terrible, terrible league. And it's got so many bad football teams. And it's become very NBA-ish that it's super top-heavy is what the league is. And I think it's become top-heavy because you have a lot of bad coaches and bad owners and mediocre front offices. And that's why. And there are very few good owners and very few good coaches and obviously quarterbacks. And that's why it's so top-heavy. But that yesterday, watching that Giants-Phillies game, Eagles game, whatever, I couldn't stay.
You didn't get excited about Eli doing as well as he did, and
I mean, the only thing I would tell you is if you started Slayton in fantasy football and you got those 154 yards and the 2 touchdowns, you, sir or ma'am, are the fantasy god or goddess of all time. Because you're in the playoffs and you go start a kid that you have no idea what the hell is going to happen, and Darius Slayton goes out there and catches 5 balls, 154 yards and 2 touchdowns, and bombs. Get the hell out of here.
you know how many teams had him in their starting lineup?
0.
Exactly.
Unless you're like in a 16-team league where you're so limited that, yeah, Darius Slayton does end up starting for somebody somewhere. But think about that one. I mean, you're a moron for starting Darius Slayton. You just got lucky. That's all it is, really, right? It's you're like, hey, I started Darius Slayton. Yeah, okay, dude, props to you, but really, you're a dumbass because more often than not, that move is going to fail 99% of the time. You happen to hit on the one time that it worked. Because Darius Slayton won't have another 154-yard game with 2 touchdowns in the next 40 years. and he won't be able to play 40 years. But anyway, so I had to surf around, and I was watching a little Pacers and Clippers because that one actually was the better one. And Paul George going back to Indiana. I don't know if you saw the press conference after, but Paul George was booed every time he touched the ball because they hate him there in Indiana. And after the game, he was asked about it, and he said, one day I'll tell you guys the real story, and I won't be the one that's going to be booed. So insinuating that he's not there in Indiana, but it's not from his control, that it was something else that went on with this team. I have no idea what it is. I don't have any insight on it, but I do want you to tell it. I do want to hear the story. I don't know if it'll justify what you did by leaving. I'm not exactly sure, but I still want to get a feel for what it is. What did you talk about? That would be interesting, I would say. That would be one that that would pique my interest. All right, give me the gossip. Give me the scoop. What is going on? What are you doing? I got to know. Oh, man. The other thing, we are going to talk to Andy Baskin from 92.3 The Fan, right? I think it's 92.3. Yes, 92.3. I was going to say 95. 92.5. 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. And I got to tell you something. If there's something that I would love as a football fan overall, and I went for it, what's it called? The hook, line, and sinker, as they say. And that's the Cleveland Browns. I am tired of talking about the Cleveland Browns. I am tired about hyping up anything that is Cleveland, from Couch, whatever, Tim Couch, to whatever's been going on now. There's always been some kind of hype with Cleveland over the years, and that this is their time, and that they're finally going to do it now, and that they get Brady Quinn, and then they get this, and they get that, and this guy comes, and he's going to change it, and then that guy's going to come, and he's going to change it, and now it's Freddie Kitchens and everything else going on, and the crap always hits the fan every single time. And we don't do it with Arizona. We don't do it with the Bungles. We don't even do it with the Dolphins. We might overhype ourselves here locally, but not nationally. We don't do it ever, right? It's not that team and the Dallas Cowboys. Those are the two teams that we somehow or another, and look, the Cowboys have won all kinds of titles, have had some legendary coaches, okay? Some very famous and infamous owners, okay? Because we'll go with famous early and definitely infamous now. And so it's brought all kinds of attention, and the stadium and everything else, and everything's big in Dallas, yada, yada, yada.
America's team.
Yeah, all that. None of this ever also pans out. Those are the two teams that we hype up like nothing else. Notice it. Year in and year out. It's the lovable losers, Cleveland Browns, that they're about to turn the corner. And it's the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, and they are a championship contender when they're rarely even a playoff contender. Forget championship. But I got to tell you that as a fan, I am absolutely just sick and tired and disgusted and worn out with the stinking Cowboys and the stinking Browns.
Didn't Cleveland start to get all this attention when they accumulated all these picks? And, right?
No, and then the guy leaves Kansas City. The GM goes there, and then he brings Alonzo Highsmith. A couple years back, before that, They were the team that brought Di Podesto in from the baseball side because they wanted to add the analytics and all that. They want to be cutting edge and all that, and that brought nothing. It's one story after another, after another, after another.
The only reason they're kind of thought of in a positive is because of the fan base. Everything else is a
garbage.
Crap show.
Right. That's actually a good point because you respect the fan base.
Oh,
like
the way they fought Medell to hold the team.
Yeah.
The name. You're not. You can leave with the team. You're not taking the name.
That's
guy.
a good point, man.
You know.
I think that's a good point. I think that's why we give them. That's why I was rooting for them. I even said that earlier, that it's really about the fans, because I feel bad for Cleveland fans. But the organization, I can't feel bad for him because the owner gets what he deserves. Just like Jerry Jones. You get what you deserve, dude. You keep cutting the knees off your head coach and cutting his balls away, you'll never have a team that will respond to him. But those are the two teams. We don't hype anything up like those two teams. Not even the Jets. Not even the Giants. New York teams with that media market. And they have their moments where they get overhyped too, because anything and everything in New York gets overhyped. You name it, it's overhyped in New York. Guaranteed, but nothing, absolutely nothing comes close in the NFL to the Browns and the Cowboys. It's baffling to me. And I'm at a point now where I want to just turn off the TV when you come on with a stupid piece about the Cowboys or the Browns and their new additions and how they're going to turn the corner and how this year is going to be any different than the year before or 10 years before that. Because think about it. Was it any different with the Cowboys or the Browns 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Same thing. Same exact franchise that just craps all over themselves.
Oh, come on. Oh, Cleveland went from 1 or 2 wins to 6, 5, you know. Come on, man.
I got to tell you, bro. I just, to me, that's the part that just, I'm tired of it. I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I just want you to go away and leave me alone. That's all. Pretty simple. I just want you to leave me alone. I don't want to hear ever again about your two stupid football teams. Maybe when you get new owners and all that we can do that. We did it a little bit also with the Redskins for a certain amount of time. With Dan Snyder, we did it for a while because they would win every offseason like the Dolphins and buy all kinds of free agents.
You remember that Deion Sanders, Bruce Smith? I mean, God, there was like 6 all Hall of Famer guys he brought on the team.
Right.
And I kind of expected Washington to do something with all the names they had gotten, with the young guys they had.
But you got used to that. You got used to them underachieving.
After that year was like,
yeah, you got used to it several times with all that they would, sign Bruce Smith and Deion and all that crap that they did.
And all these situations you were mentioning, it's the owners.
Yeah, it's the owner.
How do you get rid of the owner? Like,
you can't, bro.
The whole city going to take up a collection and we all put in and buy it and be like Green Bay and the town owns the team.
You have to be Marge Schott and Donald Sterling. You have to go to that extreme. Incompetence is not enough. Just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean you're a competent sports owner. Just because you have a 140 IQ doesn't mean you're going to have common sense either. You could be a billionaire and you're a dumbass when it comes to football. Happens all the time. But yeah, that's please just go away. No more. That's it. From now on, I see a story that they're talking about the Browns, they're talking about the Cowboys. I'm turning the TV to another channel. I see an article. I'm going to keep going.
Dude, this almost sounds as bad as like the Brett Favre retiring thing.
Yes, I will not click any more stories about telling me about how good the Cowboys are going to be and what corner they're going to turn or the Browns. I will not do it anymore. more. Tired. I'm done. When they finally wake up and do it, then we'll get it done. Hour number 4 is next. In this hour, Andy Baskins is going to join us to talk about the sorry-ass Browns and why they are always overrated and what the hell they're going to do from this point on. So we'll get his thoughts on all of that and obviously the Odell Beckham mess. If you haven't heard the soundbite from Odell, we'll get into that also on the other side. We got plenty of things to talk about right here on the Big O Show. Let me tell you a little bit about Choice Mortgage Bank because Michael Kodsey, man, folks, we can get you right now state rates under 3.5%. That's right, state rates right now under 3.5%. So you got a deal now where you're paying 4 or 5%. Let's get you out of that bad deal. Let's get you into a much better deal. Call Michael Kodsey right now. This is the owner's personal cell number, 561-441-2730. Stop dealing with that mortgage company giving you the runaround, the bank that's declined you. Call Michael Kodsey right now, 561-441-2730. State rates under 3.5% right now at Choice Mortgage Bank.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
This is the Big O Show.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
the Big Ocho. Jess.
This is the Big O Show.
Good afternoon. We are back for hour number 4 here on the program. If you want to get in, it's very simple, man. You dial 786-322-1105. That's the accidentlawfirm.com text line. Okay, man? Send us a text. Send us anything, a question, a comment, an insult.
There's not enough Espanol to make it authentic Spanglish. You're just doing an accent.
I'm just doing the accent.
You need to throw some Espanol in there, man.
No, you got to.
Sound like you're talking from the native tongue of Miami,
right,
man.
That's what I got to do. I got to like show them that I'm, pure American with the accent. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. I love it. All right, what do we have here on the accidentlawfirm.com text line? 786-322-1105. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show, and Instagram, Big O Radio Show, of course, is another way of reaching out to us here on the program. We're going to see if we can get the Chad O'Shea press conference, because I'm kind of intrigued to see if the Michael Dieter stuff comes up and see how he answers that and what his thoughts are, because it's not like the kid gets a ton of love. You know what I'm saying? And obviously he's had his struggles this year. And like we talked about earlier on the show, it's not the time to really give up on the kid, not in the first year. You really shouldn't give up on anybody in their first year unless it's, the kid's a head case or something like that. Then that becomes an absolute issue. Do we have Chad O'Shea? Can we play it? We are? All right. So we are going to have Chad O'Shea for you, the offensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins. And we'll see.
I just saw it. Let me see what we got. Let me see, what it entails.
Okay. All right. Let me,
take it for a test drive right now.
All right. Let's go. Let's hear from Chad O'Shea. No? Oh, you? No, let's do it. Let's do it live. Let's go. Let's go.
You want to throw it? You don't want me to
No, I want to hear what
you said it? Okay, hold on.
Let's go. Let's hear Chad O'Shea. I want to hear what he has to say. I might find something interesting in it. Dolphins offensive coordinator Chad O'Shea addressed the media earlier. Let's see if he had any interesting notes. See, because the defensive side, I'm not that intrigued. I'm more intrigued about the offensive side with some of the stuff going on. All right, you tell me. You ready, my man?
We are ready to kick, man.
All right, go ahead.
Here we go.
Chad O'Shea.
Back in a quarterback's body, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I've been really impressed with what he's done. And again, I think it shows the trait of the player and the person, of his desire to try to make a play and athletically too. I mean, he's really done a good job of playing off schedule and being able to scramble. And I've been really impressed with that.
Is he just quick? Is he fast? How would you describe his running?
I think a lot of it has to do with he's very instinctive. I think he's got great pocket awareness. He knows exactly the right time to do it. And I think that has a lot to do with it. Obviously, he's probably more physically gifted than people give him credit for. But I think that a lot of it has to do with just his overall awareness and being a very instinctive player at the position.
And you would never create a running play for him, call a running play for him, would you?
At this point, he's doing it himself, so why waste the time, So he's done such a good job of, in that area. And again, I think it's another area that the team really gravitates towards, and it brings energy to the team when he does make a run like that, and it's great to have.
He's 15 yards off the team lead. Did you know that?
I'm aware of the rushing statistics. I am. So.
Obviously, it's not something you prefer.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at the run game, at the end of the game, it's the total that you look at, and regardless of who it is, that's not. Things don't go as planned, which that's the case in a lot of areas offensively and in all phases of the game. So I'm certainly glad that he's capable of doing what he can do to create some yards, the much needed yards for us, and that's been a positive.
Have you ever had a season where you haven't had a clear-cut number one running back emerge at this late in the season? It's been 5 different guys over the course of the season.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I have had a season is that all seasons are different. And it just so happens this season that the running game statistically is where it is, and we have to rely on other areas. And there's been other years I've been involved in, obviously not in this role, but in another role as an assistant coach, where it's gone the other way. And I just think the most important thing is, once you identify what your strengths and weaknesses are, is that you got to play to them. And I think that's what we try to do on a weekly basis is, identify this is how we're going to try to win the game, which we're going to try to do every week, and this is how we're going to have to do it. And if it's running the ball, it's running the ball. And if it's throwing the ball, then we're going to throw it.
You all are flirting with some pretty troubling records in terms of least rushing yards in franchise history and possibly least rushing yards in modern history of the NFL. Is that something that would scare you or concern you, or it's just...
don't even, I really, the statistics right now where we are, we really looked at it as we're week to week. We're trying to be better in all areas. Obviously, we know that's an area that we need a lot of improvement in. We're late in the year. I think it's important, again, to identify what we've done well and play to that, and also understand and have some self-awareness of where we are in other areas. But, as far as statistically, it's not something that I even, look at this point in the year as far as, what the result is and where we would end up. I mean, truly, we're day to day, week to week, and just trying to do a good job in our preparation this week versus a team that's pretty talented in the Giants.
We've seen Michael Dieter all season as a starting left guard, and then you guys made the shift this week.
Yeah.
I know it's game plan specific, but what was his week of practice like last week, and what would you hope to see from him this week?
Yeah, I think that at all positions right now, and this is something we stressed yesterday as a group, is that we need consistency out of all positions. And, certainly the offensive line position is one position group within our offense, but there's all positions that need to try to strive for consistency, and that's what we're trying to do. And Michael is certainly somebody that has taken the approach of, going to the practice field and trying to get better and improve every day. And he just needs to work to try to be consistent as he can be, just like our other positions right now.
How would you assess Myles Gaskin's development through the season?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest thing is we're giving him the opportunity to play now. So I think that, we're gonna know a lot here moving forward. Because he's in the eye of the storm, I would say. He's going to have opportunities out there with where we are right now on our roster at the running back position. And I think certainly right now it's been positive, but I think that, there's several games to play here, and we'll see in the end and evaluate it in the end how he's done. But he certainly has done some real positive things right now and deserved the opportunity to go out there and do it again.
Travis, what happened in the red zone on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of factors were involved in that. Obviously, that was something, an area that we'd been strong in, and my credit goes to them. They did a nice job defending us in the red zone, and I think there's other factors involved in that during the game. There's unforeseen circumstances and stuff that come up during the game, whether it's personnel. Obviously, we had some issues with our personnel in the game. I thought the guys did a pretty good job of trying to adjust and play other positions that they had not been used to playing. And that's a credit to them and their preparation. And we were able to move the ball. And in the red zone, combination factors. And my, hat goes off to those guys. They just did a really good job stopping us. And, it wasn't all on the quarterback. It wasn't all in one position. It was just I would say several factors that led us to not being able to put the ball in the end zone.
The numbers entering the game were very encouraging.
Yeah.
Is it kind of remarkable it is to us that you can't run the ball very well, but you're very good in the red zone? Usually you have to be able to run the ball well.
Yeah, I think that one of the most important things of red zone success is running the ball. At least that's our philosophy. So we're always going to try to do that regardless. And that was one of the biggest differences in this game, is that we had some negative runs in the red zone. That really, once you have a negative run, it gets you behind the down and distance, and now you're not in a manageable third down. So when we say a 4-point play, we like those 4-point plays to be third down and 5 or less, and that's what we consider manageable, where we really have a realistic shot at the end zone. We were in third down and too long in the game, and a lot of that has to do with, your lack of success on early downs. So we'll have to do a better job on early downs to put us in a better position to score.
What did you see from the intern in his first NFL
Yeah, I thought he did a good job again. I mean, you know, the area that was kind of unforeseen to a lot of people that he did a real good job is the protection end of it. He really stood up in protection physically. He, you know, there's a lot of variables in protection, especially when you look at the third down multiples that we get defensively and some of those things. And I thought he really did a good job in that area of sorting things out. He does an unbelievable job in preparation, and he's a very smart player that knows where to go. And, you know, you have to know where to go, but then you have to stand up physically, and I thought he did a good job of that.
With this receiving core, obviously you don't know about Wilson and Parker, but with a guy like Mark Hollins, how quick can you get somebody up to speed on this offense? I know you played last year.
I think it's our responsibility as coaches to make sure that we give them the right amount of volume in the game plan that they can handle. With the players that we have on our roster right now, I'm confident because of their work ethic and their preparation right now that they can be able to handle a good volume of offense for us to win. So that's been a real positive with the players that haven't been here very long, is that I see a couple guys that really work hard and are able to handle a lot of things offensively. So, but I think it's a balance that's a responsibility of our coaching staff to put them in a position to where we don't overload them, but enough for us to be successful.
How many different ways did you use Isaiah Ford on Sunday? And obviously that probably changed when the guys went down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy, it's ironic. I spoke of him last week in here and talked of, you know, some of his strengths, and his biggest strength is his ability to play multiple positions and be a very smart player. He's a guy that has done a great job of, despite not being on the active roster, has really prepared like he is, and he's stayed ready at all positions. He's a conceptual learner, so he can line up anywhere, and that happened in the game. I mean, he basically lined up at several different spots in the game. He did a good job of getting some other guys lined up, helping Fitz in the huddle. I thought Fitz in the game did as good of a job as I've ever been around when we had to adjust in the game, having a couple receivers out, of, you know, managing the game well, getting guys lined up. There was a lot of communication in the huddle. You know, so he's trying to do his job, but at the same time, he's trying to, you know, get some guys lined up, both the linemen, assignment, and those things. And Isaiah was right in the middle of that. He was kind of our second quarterback on the field. Another guy that comes to mind was Allen Hurns. I mean, awesome. Like, this guy played through injury. You know, not only did he play through injury physically, but he was able to handle some things mentally, line up in some places and execute some things that he didn't do prior to the game. So there was a lot of guys that really, I thought, stepped up, and that's a tribute to them and their preparation is what it is.
What is a conceptual learner?
Yeah, so a conceptual learner means that if I'm looking at the play on the screen when we install it, he's just not looking at his route. He doesn't have blinders on. He sees the big picture of the route, and he looks right and left to understand what everybody has on the pass route, because I've been around some guys that truly just study their route, and then what happens is when they have to adjust and play the position next to them, they don't see it because they didn't learn it from a conceptual standpoint. So that's something that when we came in here as a coaching staff from day one in the spring, we said we want to be conceptual learners. We want to learn the big picture and understand that you might play another position out of necessity in the future. So that definitely showed up in this game. I mean, I can't say enough about the players and our assistant coaches doing just an outstanding job of adjusting on the sidelines. Tribute to them and their efforts during the game. And obviously, you know, we didn't win the game, and that was, you know, we want to win every game and we want to score as many points in the red zone as we can, but there was a lot of things and a lot of positives that got us down to the red zone during the course of the game that, you know, some people probably didn't even say.
Fitz told us on Sunday that he'll even go to Isaiah at times when he has questions.
Yeah.
For a second-year player, how rare is that?
Well, I think it's not, you know, it is rare, and he's got a unique ability to, you know, not only study the game hard, but he's got a good feel for the game and really understands the game of football. So I think there has been a lot of communication between him and Fitz, and he's done a great job in the receiver room of being a leader in that room. And again, despite being not a guy that's out there on game day early in the year, you know, he's been a great leader for us. He studies extra with the guys. And I can't say enough about what he brings from a preparation standpoint to the room and to the offense. You good?
Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
There you go. That is Chad O'Shea. Dude, I am so glad I got to play this. I really am. There's a lot of good football nuggets and stuff that we can talk about in this one. First of all, I thought it was really funny the way Chad handled the whole running play stuff with Fitz and how much he's changed. And then what's it called? Beasley follows up that he's 15 yards off the team lead as a rusher. I didn't realize it. That's actually a nice little nugget. Now, let me get into some of the stuff that I kind of find humorous, and I don't think it's really necessary, but it's what sells papers and what gets it going. Omar asks about the negative stats on the yards and all that, and if somehow that scares him or if it concerns him, right? And Chad O'Shea, I thought, handled it pretty well. But I got to tell you something. Here's where I kind of find that story useless. Okay? And this is where I just think you're just piling on a pile on. And it's what I told you about the tanking philosophy. The people that went on to the tanking philosophy, they're wrong, right? But they're going to ride that tanking philosophy because it's the narrative that you want to create. And when a team doesn't have talent, I didn't think they would win a game. So how am I supposed to expect them to put up great stats? I don't. So, yes, I expect them to be bad defensively. I expect them to be bad offensively. And those kind of stats shouldn't scare him because he's playing on a team. By the end of the game last week, there is no Albert Wilson. There is no Preston Williams. There is no Devontae Parker. And you traded away Kenny Stills. Basically, your top 4 wide receivers are gone. And then you're working with the next 4 wide receivers after that. It's kind of ridiculous in a way. And to me, it's just harping on the obvious because nobody was going to make this team statistically a stud. You weren't going to make them top 5, top 10 in anything. Now, there are things, and this is why coaching is important. Why do you think he created that wall that he wants everybody to run over? When you make a mistake and all that, it doesn't take talent, right? Because now you see them that they're one of the least penalized teams. Because that has nothing to do with talent. That has to do with discipline. So if I can't teach you to be better than the other guy because the good Lord above did not give you 4.4 speed or 4.3, you're a 4.5 guy, but I got to coach you up. Okay, I need you to play as smart as possible to give us a chance. Because think about it. All over the league, you see really talented teams and really talented players underachieve. Usually, why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Because they're undisciplined, they don't play well, they're not concentrating, they're thinking about their brand and the stands, and they're thinking of the fans, and they're not thinking about themselves and actually focused in on what they have to do. So they fail. And that happens all the time to players that are really talented. So this is not a talented team. So to harp on the negative stats and all that like Omar was, I just didn't think it was necessary. Dieter asking Chad O'Shea what was going on, and he talked about basically consistency, which happens to a lot of young guys. And he says, hey, we need consistency in all positions, but obviously with Michael is one of those things that he's got to pick up. And again, that is not laziness. That's not a lack of character thing. You're not hearing about any of that. You're just hearing that you got to be effective in every down pretty much. And right now he's not. And and again, another year we'll get a better feel and maybe we can make a better determination on where he's at. This offseason, Michael Dieter might be able to hit the film room and learn a whole bunch more. And then also hit the weight room and get that much stronger. And then when he takes the field next year, he will feel like a more confident player because of that. That's what you're hoping develops. And that happens to a lot of players that do not get an opportunity to really soak in the offense because they just got here after the draft and they're thrown into the fire right away. And They learn what they can because the team's got to the coaches have got to prepare a team, not a player. Now, you are done with the offseason. You're done with the regular season. The second you're done, they can actually work on you. Then when the draft is done and the training camp starts, then it's a team thing. But right now, early on in the offseason, you have more time for people to focus on you, Michael Dieter, to help you be better for next year. We'll see if that happens. But to give up on Dieter at this point or to panic is ridiculous.
Oh, do you remember when we were practicing with Tampa back in preseason and Dieter being all awed by the fact that he's going up against Ndamukong Suh?
Right.
You know? I mean, where this guy has come from starting preseason, you know what I mean? And all the different positions and this, and he's been through a lot, man.
Right. And it's a tough year.
Give him a bit of a pass.
Yeah, you got to give
on.
him. He deserves a pass for this year because he's a rookie, man, and he's a rookie on a rookie team, on a team that doesn't have. It's not like
you
he's
got nobody
Tunsil.
to go and talk to, right?
No,
yeah.
It's not like your left guard. Okay, your left tackle's Tunsil and your center is Pouncey. You think he might have a better year? Just maybe.
Well, I'm
Slightly?
not even talking about being on
No,
the
but I'm just saying.
I'm talking like a guy to talk to and get some insight
But
on
that's what he
being
does.
in the trenches is about.
He can lean a Pouncey,
You
a
know?
Pro Bowler.
Hey,
and
are
then
you
a
getting the
Tunsil.
linebacker? Is that my responsibility? You know,
And
all that.
they will carry their weight, which will make him look better. And so all of those things would work out better for Dieter, but he doesn't have that right now. So it's kind of a tough learning curve for him. And then the other one was the conceptual learner, and they were asking about it, and I thought it was – I knew exactly what they were talking about because I kind of was explaining it if you were watching the video at the same time. You saw me kind of explaining it because I knew what the hell it was.
I was almost going to pod you up, man.
The writer had no idea what the coach was talking about, but I did. But it led me to something else that I wanted to talk about. And it leads you to New England to here. Besides being cheaters, they do also strive to try to get players that are intelligent. And part of intelligence is understanding conceptually what you're doing. And what they mean is, like he said, you're the Y receiver. Well, you need to learn X also. And just in case we got to play you over there. And that way you kind of know where everybody is, too, on that route. You know exactly what he's running and you're running and the other guy's running in the middle. And now you conceptually are figuring everything out when the play is called. And now you know why you need to run the route you're running. And some guys will then ad lib. Why do they ad lib? Because conceptually they did not learn the offense or defense. So they now end up running into a zone where there's another teammate of theirs. You've seen that many times. And the announcer's like, well, somebody ran the wrong route because there are two guys in the same spot. And that's one guy that did not know what the hell he was doing, or he saw something out there and ad-libbed. Chad Johnson used to do that all the time in Cincinnati. Now, they allowed him to do that because they're undisciplined in Cincinnati, and Carson Palmer adjusted to it, and he was terrific at that. That's the reason why you saw Dez Bryant struggle with Dak Prescott, and he played well with Tony Romo, because Tony Romo had the awareness and the athleticism to be able to adjust to Dez running his own route, because Dez rarely ran the route that he was supposed to run. No, remember 2 years ago when he was a free agent? He said, oh, no, I'm working on my route running. Dude, you're 8 years in the league. You shouldn't be running any. You don't worry about routes at that point. But, again, you weren't smart enough to then learn it then. And, hell, he's talking about running his own route. Can you imagine? You can't tell Dez Bryant to learn something conceptually. You think Deion Jordan's learning anything conceptually when he was here? You think John Avery was going to learn anything conceptually? No. But that's what you want, and that's what they do with the Patriots. That's what they're going to do here. They're going to want guys that know exactly what everybody else is doing. Because if you know what everybody else is doing, you're now going to have a better opportunity of how to be better as a team and how to attack your opponent better. Because you're going to know where the other players are at and you know where you're supposed to be at. So you can actually cover the play or defend it or expose it the way you're supposed to.
I'm going to have to call a timeout, sir.
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir. I got to.
All right, so that's why conceptually I think is something really, really cool to talk about, because it shows you also from a coach's standpoint what they're thinking about. Remember, O'Shea also comes from New England. He's one of the other coaches that came from New England. This is what they're going to want from their players. And the intelligence factor is going to go up a couple of notches here with the Dolphins. The thing we all hope is that the cheating factor does not. Okay, they can keep that in New England. We'll do things the right way down here. All right, let's take a break. Andy Baskin from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We are going to talk about the mess. Odell Beckham says he wants out. He's telling people, trade for me. Get me out of here. I need out. So the question is, will they accommodate Odell Beckham? Will he stay there? Will they move him? I don't know. You tell me. We'll find out next with Andy Baskin right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. It is time to talk about the mess in Cleveland.
I couldn't sit here and tell you whether I'm going to be here, want to be here, don't want to be here. This is exactly where I'm at now, and I wouldn't rather be anywhere else. So it's something that, like I said, God has a plan, and in the offseason, everything will figure itself out.
There you go. That is Odell Beckham trying to figure it out, asking everybody, get me out of here. It's odd because we're going to go to Cleveland, and I thought Andy Baskin years ago would ask, get me out of here, and he hasn't in Cleveland. Follow him on Twitter at Andy_Baskin. Catch his work at 92.3 The Fan. And Andy, so tell us why you don't want out.
Well, I've been thinking about it, and hopefully they'll give me another contract. So I might have to use it as a power play. You know, I might say, you know what, Big O needs help down there, and I'm going to go help Big O.
I love it.
Maybe that'll work.
I love it.
You got that kind of power?
Yeah, you damn right I got that kind of power. We'll make it happen down here, buddy. We'll make it happen down here. Damn right. We're a mover and shaker down here in South Florida. All right, Andy, so walk us through this, dude, because – you know, I went off on a segment where I'm already at a point now where I'm tired of talking about Dallas and Cleveland, the two teams that we overhype. And this season, I was really pulling for Cleveland because I want the fans. Because really, it's really about the damn team and the owner and the disaster. The fans are phenomenal. They deserve so much better, and they don't get it year in and year out. And year in and year out, we overhype these guys, and they just let everybody down. What the hell is going on over there?
Oh, I don't know. It's Cleveland. I mean, since 1999, we have been the Super Bowl champions of drama, no matter what it is. And again, it's not talking about Baker Mayfield being able to execute in the red zone, which is probably something we should be talking about. And we're not talking about, you know, how much do they really miss Myles Garrett on defense right now? We're talking about other stuff. We're talking about Baker Mayfield saying that, you know, the training staff misdiagnosed Odell Beckham Jr. We're talking about Odell, you know, whispering to guys saying, hey, man, come get me. Come get me. And that's where we are right now. The sad and kind of scary part of it is if the Browns win out, let's just say, and they'd have to beat Baltimore to do it, so it'd be a 9-win season. Even an 8-win season is pretty good around here. A 9-win season would be the third best season since the Browns returned in 1999. So we don't talk about wins and losses. We talk about drama, and unfortunately, that's the way we play.
All right, so what's the reaction right now from the fans with everything going on with Odell Beckham that he already wants out?
Yeah, I don't know that the fans are 100% buying into the fact that he wants out, or maybe it's just the fact that his contract, he can want out, but what's he going to do? Is he going to sit out a year like Le'Veon Bell? I don't think so. So I think Browns fans here are like, all right, let's just chill a little bit. Let's figure this thing out. He's going to be here next year. There's no worries, and we'll move forward with that. Unless he starts demanding a trade, I mean, how many more distractions can the team have? I mean, we've gone through Josh Gordon. So it's not like, you know, there's no gun to the Browns' head to say, oh, we got to trade him just because he may have whispered to somebody, hey, man, come get me. Come get me. I kind of think it's one or two guys in the national media heard a little rumbling, said, hey, he's not getting the ball that much. He's frustrated. And you know what? He should be frustrated. They've got to figure out a way to get him the ball. So maybe making a little think now might have big dividends down the road. I know he likes playing with Jarvis. Last week I thought he was pretty frank with the media where he wouldn't exactly say what the future is, but you tell me one pro athlete who actually knows 100% what their future is, and I'll show you somebody who's not a pro athlete.
No, I'm with you, but at least you can be positive about it and say, now, hey, listen, I love it here. I want to be here. I want to win a championship here. I want to retire here. You just never heard that, and to leave it all hanging like he did in that soundbite, I find that also, but not that he gives a rat's ass, but I find it disrespectful to the franchise because, man, they've gone overboard to bring you there, to pay you, to help them build something, and instead of showing leadership qualities, you're just being the punk that you've been in New York, and you're doing it again there, and that's the other problem there, that you just started the whole segment about, you know, kings of drama. Well, you add Baker Mayfield, you add Jarvis Landry, and you add Odell Beckham. Dude, that's a lot of drama.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I also think, though, that part of his answer from last week, and maybe I'm blind because I'm sitting here in Northeast Ohio, is he's very defensive based on everything that happened in New York. So, yeah, I don't know if you're an athlete, and I keep thinking back to Jim Thome when he was in Cleveland. I don't think you want to give a definitive answer about what your future is, knowing that it's a business. But you're right. The best thing to say is, man, I got a contract with the Browns. I'm playing with Jarvis Landry. I know good things are going to happen. I'm not going to stop hustling. I'm going to actually get in the huddle on a play instead of just lining up and pretending like I don't care. You're right. There are some things that, he kind of, I don't know that he owes the fans, but the fans deserve to see someone who's going to give it their all. It's just, what really sucks is that we weren't really talking about any of this until that interview last week. And a lot of the radio guys, including me, were saying Odell should be frustrated because Baker's not getting him the ball. And there should be opportunities for him to get that. I do think it's ironic, though, that the get me out of here and that I have a sports hernia both broke before the game on Sunday. Something doesn't smell right about that.
That makes a lot of sense. Now I'm thinking about it. It reminds me of the Wade commercial. Remember on the cell phone commercial? Get me out of here. The Verizon commercial. That maybe Verizon should approach Odell Beckham and say, "Hey, we got something for you. Part 2 there."
I don't know. Maybe Dwayne left his phone here. Maybe he picked it up when he was playing for the Cavaliers for that 6 minutes that he was here.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's true. He was there for a little cup of coffee. All right, so tell me.
It was a tiny cup of coffee. It was super small.
Yes, very tiny. Cuban coffee. There we go. Right.
Yeah.
Cuban coffee. Small but powerful. That's what it's all about.
Amen.
So our boy Baker Mayfield's losing his luster from last year. How's it been for the public? And what's Memorex and what's reality? You tell me. When you look at it, how much of it is a real concern for you right now?
For me, personally, I don't know that I'm on the same page as a lot of Browns fans. I'm looking forward to 2 years from now when I think he's matured. He's showing a lot of immaturity. That's what he did this past weekend, throwing the training staff under the bus and not letting it go. It'd be one thing if he just said, well, I don't think they got it right, and that was the end of it. But, man, he just kept going. Things that you would just never see in any other NFL city. I just think Baker's involved in too many things that don't have anything to do with football. And when you're winning, it's not a big deal. Like, in the beginning of the year, everyone was talking about the commercials that he's doing. That's got to be a distraction. Well, he shot the commercials on his own time during the off season, and I'm not going to sit here and worry about those things. But wait
a minute, Andy.
When you're not winning, it doesn't help.
Andy, they're actually good commercials, bro. Come on, let's give the guy a little love at least in all this. I get that he's probably a little, he looks overhyped because of those commercials, but come on, man, they're actually good commercials. They did that was actually a nice job by them.
He hits home on the Progressive Insurance commercials with the when the fire alarm beep goes off.
Yeah.
I mean, I relate to that. In that point, Baker and I definitely get along. There's no question. So I like Baker. I just want to see him 2 years from now. He needs to mature, not only as just a spokesman and the face of the franchise, but he just really needs to mature on the field. Whether you're trying to force the ball or you're audibling on a 4th and 1 and your coach is taking the blame for it, or being able to hit receivers and not throwing over their heads and not checking, and finding the right read. I think a lot of this has to do with defenses understanding him after having tape on him last season. And so he's going to get better. I want him to be the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, but it takes time to mature. You're not the same guy at 26 that you are at 24.
Any shot that his struggles are from the fact that he had to go get her a straw, and that long walk to go get the straw and come back burned out his legs for the 2019 season.
Man, that is a great point, and I'm going to have, and I'm not there every day at Browns camp, but I'm going to have Darren Ryder, who's our beat reporter, ask him specifically about Strawgate.
I mean, seriously, dude. I mean, if that woman asked me for a straw, I would look at her like, man, go get it yourself. Are you out of your mind? I'm not going to go get it. The guy burned out his legs going to go get that straw. I mean, that was just absolutely terrible. So you're not off the bandwagon. You believe in – now, here's the thing. You brought up maturity. This is the dude that ran away from cops when he was drunk. So are we sure that this guy's going to mature? Because he's got a little McMahon in him, you know, and you're old enough to know who the hell Jim McMahon is, and he's got some of that Jim McMahon-like swagger. I don't know if he's ever going to mature.
I'd be happy to see him in a Super Bowl shuffle. I mean, I didn't think Jim was a very good dancer, but I think Baker probably about the same. Like, I think that there is something about him, and I know that John Dorsey sees it. John's got a unique cast of characters, as you've talked about, on this team that he's got to manage, you know, and try to get those characters together. But I still think there's a lot there. We saw some stuff last year that really made me feel like he's one of the best, if not the best quarterback the Browns have had since 1999. The opportunity is going to be there for him. It's a matter of how much freedom does he have within the organization. Like, I wonder what Baker Mayfield would look like if he was in New England or somewhere else. And I just don't know if this is the right mix right now with a first-year head coach, a big-time wide receiver coming in on his first season, and a guy who's really played his first complete season in the NFL. There is some sophomore jinx stuff that I believe in with him because, again, the NFL isn't stupid, and they see your tendencies, and they know how to pick them up from week to week.
All right, so having said all of that, Andy Baskin from 92.3 The Fan joining us here from Cleveland. Having said all that, we talked about the characters, the lack of maturity, the inconsistencies at times. Do they have the right head coach to straighten all of this out and next year fix all of these issues? Because from afar, it just feels like Freddie is in over his head, and maybe that's the change that they need to make in the offseason. Keep everybody, but bring in a coach that can really level everything off. Your thoughts on that?
I think Freddie's verdict is still there's a lot of people that think it's already said and done, that he'll be gone at the end of the season. I don't see it that way. I don't know how you can get rid of a coach. If he can beat Baltimore twice in one season and go 5-1 in the AFC North and end up 9-7 and they don't make the playoffs, I don't know how they can fire him. And I was at an alumni function right before the first game of the season against Tennessee, and Jimmy Haslam was standing on the podium right next to me. And I'm telling you, this city, and as you said in the beginning again of this conversation, that this city was over the top hyped about what the Browns could be. People were talking Super Bowl around here.
I know.
And Jimmy calmly stood up there at the podium and said, I know everyone's really excited. I'm very excited. I can't wait to see what we put on the field tomorrow. But I am going to remind you, we're a young team, and we are going to have growing pains. And if the owner knows that in his head going into the season, I think that's been his place to kind of sit down and relax before he makes any rash decisions. Because when he first took over this team, you were gone in 30 seconds. And so I really think for a guy that didn't want to fire Hugh Jackson, I highly doubt he's going to want to fire Freddie Kitchens after this season.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I'm impressed for that unrealistic psycho to say, hey, you know, we're going to have some growing pains. It's going to take a little bit. That's progress for Jimmy. Seems.
You're 100% right.
I mean,
100% right.
Yeah, because that seems like that dude seemed like he was always unrealistic and making changes like you're changing underwears at the time. All right. So so in your eyes, everybody comes back next year.
I don't know that everybody comes back. There's going to be some change stuff. There's going to have to.
No, what I mean is Odell, head coach, GM, quarterback, all come back. That's what I mean.
John Dorsey, unless John Dorsey wants to leave, he's not going anywhere.
Right.
Baker, I don't see why they would change on Baker. Odell's got a contract. Unless they found somebody that wanted to give them an early first-round pick for him, which I can't see really happening. But if somebody wanted to give him an early first-round pick and deal with the $15 million of cap hit and all those things that go along with it, I can't see Odell going anywhere next year. And Freddie needs to, I would say he needs to win 2 of these next 3 games, which seem very possible with Arizona and Cincinnati as 2 of those 3 games.
Follow him on Twitter at Andy_Baskin. Catch his work there at 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. By the way, are they at the point where they're giving away Cavs tickets?
It's funny. They're not even giving away toasters. They're giving away, free bank accounts. If you walk in the door, you need a couple thousand? All right, we'll start a bank account for you if you'll just take these free tickets. It's not a lot of fun, especially with what's going on with, the stories about Kevin Love now wanting to go to a contender. And we were laughing about that on our show today about Kevin Love Tell me a player doesn't want to go to a contender.
Yeah.
I want to go play in that rec league. Why don't you send me to a rec league? Everybody wants to play for a contender. So
Dude, but it's
that was today's story with Kevin Love.
It's amazing how the flow is just one player. LeBron gets there, you're relevant. LeBron leaves, you're irrelevant. LeBron comes back, you're relevant. LeBron leaves again, you're irrelevant. And it just proves that he was just everything and that nobody in that franchise can stand on their own and rebuild it and be respectable. That is so twisted, dude. Without that one guy, and I know he would make a difference in every franchise, but, dude, at least he would leave other franchises like here in Miami, and they'll find another way to start winning again with other people. You know what I mean? But it's just, man, it's got to be the worst to be a Cavs fan at this point, because how the hell do you have any kind of hope?
When I look at your situation, I look at Pat Riley and I look at Bolster, and I'm like, look, man, those guys figured out something down there, and you're competitive. And so I don't know, I look at that. I loved Pat when he was in LA, so I was kind of leery about it when LeBron went down there, but I do look at your franchise, and I respect what's being able to.
No, they did it with all the cap issues that they have, because you remember Riley got into some brain funk and gave all those terrible contracts, and he still has 2 terrible contracts in Dion and James Johnson still on the roster, and they won't have that space till 2021. So they still were able to do that, and to find Nunn and then Hero and even the Silva kid. That has been a blessing, because they actually found young people to build on around Jimmy Butler. That is crazy, man, that they're able to find that.
Yeah, that's the NBA. We're hoping we have a team. I'm just kidding. We're hoping that with John Beilein here, I think I don't know what's going to happen with Beilein, because there was all this complaining last week about the fact that he's coaching him like college did. So I think Beilein's a great coach. I love the way the Cavs started the season, and now they are 100% irrelevant when it comes to all these big Brown stories that have happened in town.
Yeah, well, the Browns dominate, man. We know that in that town. There's no doubt about it. Andy, as always, you're a stud. Thank you for taking some time, my man. We really appreciate it.
Big O, anytime you need me, I'm there for you.
You're the best. Thank you. There you go. The great Andy Baskin from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. That's a mess, man. That's a mess. And I'm one of those guys that I hate those petulant those children like Odell and T.O., and you can have those guys, man. You can have those guys. You know, if you're going to be a receiver, just be a man. Don't be a whiny little bitch at everything that happens. NorCal says, Big O, I think it's crazy that OBJ wants out of Cleveland so fast. Seems like he was so happy to go there, and he seemed happy Landry joined him. Selfish athlete, exactly. Like Mark Clayton had an attitude, but Mark Clayton knew when it was time to ball. Okay, and I'm sure he had it out with Shula and all that, and so did Duper, but they knew when it was time to ball. And that's what I want. You know, Jerry Rice, just get it done. You never hear the kid from New Orleans, Michael Thomas. Never hear the dude just balls. Just play, man. Larry Fitzgerald never complains about all the crappy quarterbacks he's played with in Arizona. Just balls. That's it.
Doesn't Cleveland get a little bit of a blame because you knew what you were getting?
No, they get all
when
the blame.
you grabbed Landry, when you grabbed Odell, when you put the two together.
No, I'm Baker. Baker's a bigger diva than both those guys.
But they're so clamoring for the quarterback and seeing the quarterback and all that like, you know, they got kind of skewed their view.
Yeah, but
okay?
Baker's worse than those two guys.
Obviously.
Seriously.
Dude, every time he's at the mic,
there's
a new freaking step off.
He's trashing the training staff.
Yep.
He's getting into Duke Johnson's business on his contract. I mean, the guy...
He doesn't know when to shut up.
Right. He's really worse than Odell, and that's bad. I mean, to be worse than Odell is bad, okay?
Yeah, that says a lot.
Baker is worse than Odell.
That says a lot.
Because he's the face of your franchise. That's your quarterback, dude. And he's acting like an idiot all the freaking time. He just doesn't shut up, and he just sticks his foot in his mouth. deeper and deeper every single
If
time.
you
bro.
bring a disciplinarian in there,
No,
do you think that
no.
it changes? It
No.
maybe gets worse.
It gets worse.
Yeah, because
Because
he's going to rebel.
Those three guys, I don't think they can answer to disciplinarians. I don't think Brian Flores would go well with those three guys.
Somebody
Because Brian Flores is not going to take their crap, and neither is Belichick, and neither is, certain coaches. It's like you do what we say or get the hell out, dude.
I got to give props rarely to that morning show, blah, whatever, but they had Rocket on, and Rocket was talking about the fact that you should have seen this coming with this kid. You saw how he reacted post-Ohio State game, and this guy with the flag and everything, and it's like, that can't be the face of your franchise. Think about this.
I just, it's...
And you know what? Kind of like guys doing bad stuff. You know what I mean? And because of their talent overlooking, the guy's a clown, and the guy is a poison and a cancer. But because of his talent,
we'll overlook
you
it.
give, and be careful what you overlook.
When the talent outweighs the baggage, they will tolerate it. Once the baggage outweighs the talent, that's when they dump you. That's the way it is. And that is our show today. We are completing our 4th hour here on the program. Remember, you can...
No ventures to 5 today, bro.
Remember, you can reach out to us on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. We thank Tony Pauline. We thank George Richards. We thank Manny Navarro and Andy Baskin for joining us. Bill, as always, exceptional work by you.
Exceptional work by you, my brother.
And we thank John Cassio also. And most of all of you for either watching, downloading, listening anytime you can, reaching out to us on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, on Twitter, Instagram, however it is you listen, support.
Thank you all.
And support our sponsors, of course,
Please.
which is what makes everything happen. Thank you to all out there. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel, 11 a.m. We'll be back.
We'll see you tomorrow, guys.